Chapter 1033. Wan Minsheng couldn't believe what he was seeing. Just as he entered, a golden light flashed in front of him. Xiao flew up from the ground, circled around Wan Minsheng quickly, and then stopped in front of Wan Minsheng's eyes. She looked at Wan Minsheng with her round eyes, full of confusion and a rare sense of intimacy. Zhao's little heart was a little confused. She seemed to feel that this white-bearded old man was quite nice, kind, and likable. From the bottom of her heart, she felt a little close. Chirp, chirp. Zhao's eyes wandered. She hesitated, flapped her wings, and flew up again. She looked at Wan Minsheng from above, then flew down and squatted on the ground. She looked at Wan Minsheng from below, and then turned to look at his back. Finally, she returned to Wan Minsheng's eyes again and stopped in mid-air to look at him. Chirp, chirp. Xiao called out hesitantly. He didn't know her at all, but why did she feel a little close? This made Jin Jinwu a little confused. Whoosh. Xiao flapped her wings and flew to Wan Minsheng's shoulder. She tried to jump on her 3 legs uneasily, and then seemed to feel that it was very safe here. Then she squatted down on Wan Minsheng's shoulder, stuffed her head under her wings, and began to nap. Wan Minsheng looked at Xiao in shock. Zhuo Xiaoduo also looked at Xiao in a daze. Except for himself, he had never seen Xiao so affectionate to anyone. She didn't even say hello to her mama, and directly landed on Wan Minsheng's shoulder. Did she not see the old when there was a new person? She would be caught, hung up, and spanked. Wan Minsheng suddenly turned his head and stared at Zhuo Xiaoduo with his deep eyes. He lowered his voice, full of shock and uncertainty, and said, Seventh prince? Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and desperately denied, what 7th prince? She's clearly my baby. As if to prove Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, Xiao raised her head and called sweetly, Mama. Hey! Zhuo Xiaoduo beamed with delight. So it turned out that he didn't forget about his mama just because there was a newcomer. He was greatly comforted. Wan Minsheng's originally stiff body became even stiffer. His face, which had never changed for millions of years, was now twitching. The muscles on his face were twitching and cramping. This old man must be senile. His eyesight had deteriorated to such an extent that even his hearing had deteriorated. Or perhaps, this was actually an illusion. This should be an illusion, right? This can't be real, right? Instantly, a disdainful divine sense came from the sky. This divine sense clearly conveyed a message: is this old man an idiot? Why did he come in? You're just pretending to be a fool. Wan Minsheng stiffly raised his head, his eyes bright. On the other side, a wisp of red light was flying back and forth in the sky. It was filled with the aura of a ruler and the might of an emperor. A pure and primitive demonic aura surged in the air. Ga. Wan Minsheng suddenly opened his mouth wide. He couldn't close his eyes. Wasn't this the Huang sword? Her Majesty Empress Hua's sword. Why was it here? The 7th prince was here, and so was the Huang sword. It was already nonsense that his eyesight was blurred. He shouldn't have made a mistake even once, let alone twice in a row. Then this place was definitely not an illusion. An illusion couldn't be so realistic. Unless it was an illusion set up by a saint, it couldn't make a half-saint like him fall deeply into it and feel lost without realizing it. But could Zhuo Xiaoduo be a saint? At least, not now. Wan Minsheng looked into the distance and saw 2 Providence mountains standing opposite each other in the distance. Between them was an almost boundless space in the distant domain. Wan Minsheng only felt endless chaos in his mind, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. His body swayed, and he held his forehead with his hand. I want to be alone. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. He hurriedly pulled out a chair and helped Wan Minsheng sit down. After Wan Minsheng sat down, he still felt that the world was spinning, and he gasped for breath. There was no other reason but that it was too shocking. How could he be wrong about the demon emperor's seventh prince, who had once hidden under his branches and leaves for a long time and escaped with his life? How could he not recognize the Wahuang sword, who had once commanded all the demons in the world, and where the sword pointed, hundreds of millions of demons would advance one after another without returning? Back then, when the empress appeared, thousands of mountains bowed their heads and thousands of rivers worshipped her. None of the billions of demons dared to move. All the sovereigns respected her, and all the sovereigns of the various races bowed their heads. When the Wahuang sword appeared, the mountains and rivers moved, and the sky turned red. Back then, when the empress appeared and moved forward in her imperial carriage, the Wahuang sword opened the way in front. The sword light illuminated the 9 heavens, and it was glorious and unparalleled. Behind her, there were countless demons who were boundless and excited, and they seemed to drown the world together with her. It was only when the empress' interest waned and she didn't want to play anymore that she disappeared in a flash. Only then did the world regain its peace. How awe-inspiring was that? How graceful and noble was that, with the supreme demeanor of a sovereign descending to the world. Even the 2 demon emperors had to bow their heads when they saw the empress of Nuwa. Even the 3 pure ones had to treat her with respect. The people of the world were a little terrified. Now, the demon emperor's 7th prince was here. The empress Wahuang's sword was also here. This Sui Xiao duo was even sent here by Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. What exactly was this kid's background? Although he had heaven-defying and peerless luck, wasn't it too complicated? The Wahuang sword's consciousness was transmitted into Zhu Xiaoduo's spiritual consciousness with disdain. Isn't this that grasshopper? How come you're so popular now? There was a hint of arrogance in its tone. Zhu Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Who told you to come out and scare people? You're just a lousy sword. What are you showing off for? Go do what you're supposed to do." The Wahuang sword snorted resentfully and said, "What kind of world is this? A lousy blade of grass can become a half-saint. How did it obtain the immeasurable merit? Don't tell me it's planning to become a saint through merit. What kind of world is this? Becoming a saint through merit is hard to come by. It's easy to disperse and disappear. It's almost the most difficult way to become a saint. Those without great luck can't get it. Moreover, their combat strength is only a so-so. Even if they really become a saint, they'll at most have the combat strength of a sage to be. But how can a lousy blade of grass do that? What kind of world is this?" The Wahuang sword muttered to itself, feeling very indignant. However, he kept repeating the words "what kind of world is this" dozens of times before he finally shut his mouth in resentment. He was so indignant that he wanted nothing more than to take over. His indignation simply overflowed into the sky. Then, with a whoosh, it flew back to the top of the demon emperor's chi meridian. It emitted endless shadows and slowly descended majestically. For a moment, there seemed to be countless golden lights descending from the sky. A sword was right in the middle, infinitely majestic and solemn. Clang! It was inserted into the top of the mountain. The sword emitted tens of thousands of rays of light, illuminating the world. Well, in short, it was using all its strength, regardless of the cost, to pretend to be an incomparably high-end and classy poser. Wan Minsheng gasped for breath for a long time before he finally reacted. He stood up and walked forward quickly, bowing respectfully to the Wahuang sword. "Grasshopper greets Lord 13. Greetings to Her Majesty Empress Hua." Clang! The Wahuang sword let out a sword cry that shook the world. It replied in the simplest way and then ignored Wan Minsheng. And it was a little displeased. "I hate people calling me Lord 13 the most. In the Book of Divine Weapons, I'm ranked last at every time I'm called Lord 13, I'll think of those guys in front of me. It really pisses me off." This despicable grasshopper still deliberately mentioned it. "It's obviously mocking me. If I'm at my peak, I'll immediately go down and chop this grasshopper to eat." Of course, he was just thinking about it. In a martial artist's true cultivation, the one who reached the top was first. Elder Wan was respectful to him because of his past identity and his respect for Lady Nuwa. With his strength that had just recovered, if he really dared to cause trouble, Elder Wan would definitely beat him up over and over again. Therefore, after the Wahuang sword acted pretentiously, it didn't dare to move anymore. It couldn't let others see through it. Wan Minsheng stood up. Shao had stayed on his shoulder for long enough. It rubbed its small sharp beak on Wan Minsheng's face intimately twice. Then, it flapped its wings and flew into the sky to play. With a whoosh, it turned into a grand sun true fire, jumping back and forth in the sky. It could be seen that Shao was very excited. Didn't you see how it was dancing with joy? Although it didn't know why it was so excited, it was just happy. When it was happy, it naturally wanted to run like crazy to vent. Therefore, it jumped back and forth endlessly. Wan Minsheng stood there in a daze, looking at the two mountain ranges of Providence. He looked at the boundless expanse, watched Shao fly since childhood, and watched the Wahuang sword stand proudly in the wind. Finally, he let out a long breath. He muttered, could it be that the demons, Lady Nuwa, and the Wu people set up a trap long ago? Suddenly, he felt extremely shocked in his heart. When he turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoduo, his gaze suddenly became much deeper. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked innocent. Elder Wan, what do you think of my space? Good. Excellent. Great. Wan Minsheng praised it 3 times. He took a deep breath and said, your space. Although at the beginning of the structure, it's not in the true flow and is extremely shallow, with the refinement of your own divine soul and the combination of so much earth chi and dragon chi, it has reached the point of perfect integration. It's very close to the state when the sky was first opened. It already has the basic laws. It's far above ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens. Good, it's indeed good. It's really good. Wan Minsheng finally came to his senses and said, let me perfect the last flaw for you. Before he finished speaking, a white light suddenly rose from his chi and shot straight into the sky. This sudden white light was filled with a kind of sacred aura. It was brilliant and glorious, shooting straight into the sky. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind was shaken. This aura was very neutral and peaceful, but it was also very holy and glorious. This aura seemed to have purified the entire space of the Tower of Annihilation. He had never seen the power of the divine path. Although it was his first time seeing it today, he instinctively recognized it in his heart. This was the power of the divine path. Chapter 1034. The power of the people's livelihood was filled with compassion, kindness, vitality, gentleness, and far too much positive energy. This power was not a combat power. Although it was powerful, it was not suitable for combat. However, it was the most comforting and reassuring power attribute. The white light soared into the sky, and then turned into a dome at an unknown height. It slowly descended along the outer wall of the Tower of Annihilation. The white light from Wan Minsheng's side continued to soar into the sky, and then it continued to descend. Zhuo Xiaoduo clearly felt that the Tower of Annihilation was undergoing a huge change, but he could not tell what the specific change was. The 2 mountains of fortune also seemed to be changing, and they gradually shrank inch by inch. After a while, traces of purple chi appeared in the sky, but they disappeared in an instant and could not be seen. After about 10 minutes, Wan Minsheng finally stopped, and the white light disappeared. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt Xiaolong was so excited that he almost wanted to roll over and howl with joy. What's wrong? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked in his divine mind. The Tower of Annihilation has been reborn. It's really been reborn. Xiaolong was so excited that he could not speak properly. The power of the divine path has strengthened the foundation of the Tower of Annihilation. The Tower of Annihilation now has the foundation of immortality. I just need to slowly perfect it bit by bit, and this will be a real world. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, what's the use of this? How much better is it than before? What's the use? It's very useful. Xiaolong said, this is not a matter of how much, but a matter of great opportunity. This is a great opportunity. Boss, why are you so stingy? Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed. Oh. Look at how excited you are. I didn't take it to heart at all. Why are you being stingy? Xiao Long was speechless. Boss, I believe you didn't take it to heart. It's just that you don't understand, so you didn't take it to heart. If you understood, you would know what a rare opportunity it is today, and what a great favor you have received. What I did just now was equivalent to helping you create the world. Laying the foundation of creation. Do you know? Do you know? Sigh, you don't know. Although nothing seemed to have changed on the surface, how could a world that could collapse at any time be the same as a world that could last forever? It wasn't just the difference between heaven and earth, it was the difference between heaven and earth. They were on completely different planes. Especially after being perfected by Elder Wan, no matter how powerful the person was, as long as he hid in the Tower of Void Destruction, he would not be able to detect his presence as long as he did not have the guidance of his blood essence and soul. Oh, the ignorant are truly fearless. Xiao Long was completely speechless. That kind of excitement that filled his entire soul was actually beaten down by Zhuo Xiaoduo's attitude and couldn't get any more excited. It couldn't be helped. This boss's eyesight was too shallow. How embarrassing! Their eyes were filled with sympathy as they looked at Wan Minsheng. Old man, you've put in so much effort, but my boss doesn't even know what you're doing. There's a saying, charming eyes are for the blind. That's what you're doing now. It was a textbook interpretation of a common saying. Nothing could be more tragic than this. After making such a big fuss, Wan Minsheng, who had contributed so much, could not help but feel a little tired even though his cultivation was extremely high. He sat on the chair to rest for a while and used his divine thoughts to feel the changes in the Tower of Void Destruction. He nodded with satisfaction and said, okay, basically everything that should be perfected can be achieved. The effect that I said can only be better in the future. Elder Wan, you've worked hard. Zhuo Xiaoduo said attentively. It's my pleasure, it's my pleasure. Wan Minsheng felt that this space was even better than what he had expected at first. There were even some mysteries that even he could not see through. However, those were Zhuo Xiaoduo's privacy, so he naturally would not rashly expose it. And now, there was a faint feeling of awe in his heart, so it was not appropriate for him to ask. To be honest, if Wan Minsheng had known that there were three-legged golden crows and Huang's sword in it, he would not have even repaired the Tower of Void Destruction. He did not even dare to mention it. If he messed up the deployment of the Demon Emperor and the plan of Her Majesty Empress, how could he bear it? But now that he had started it, he could only bite the bullet and continue with it. Xiao Long now knew that the person who came was a super powerful person that he had never seen before. He was afraid of being captured, so even though he was excited, he did not dare to show up. Not to mention that his excitement had been reduced by more than half by Zhuo Xiaoduo's blow. After a short rest, when Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to invite Wan Minsheng out, Wan Minsheng suddenly said, "Open the door." Ah! Zhuo Xiaoduo obeyed and opened the door of the Tower of Void Destruction. Wan Minsheng took a deep breath and waved his right hand. A whirlwind suddenly surged, and then, a brilliant green light suddenly bloomed above the Tower of Void Destruction. As the green light continued to bloom, the rich vitality of the entire heavenly spirit forest surged into the space of the Tower of Void Destruction with the force of a tsunami. At this stage, the Tower of Void Destruction was not small, but compared to the vast heavenly spirit forest, it was not even 1% of it. The green vitality in front of him was so dense that it almost condensed into a substance. It was like a huge green dragon that rushed in, shaking its head and wagging its tail. It quickly spread around the Tower of Void Destruction. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The vitality was unprecedentedly pervasive. Then, Wan Minsheng placed a seed of vitality in the air, and further gathered the vitality, causing the vitality to surge faster and faster. And as the vitality in the Tower of Void Destruction became richer and richer, it became fresher and fresher. Finally, Xiaolong could no longer contain the excitement in his heart. With a loud roar, his huge body rose into the air and greeted the green dragon in the air, and then he immediately took over the control. As Xiaolong took over, he deliberately controlled the dragon so that the vitality in the Tower of Void Destruction spread in an extremely uniform way. With Xiaolong's organized and regulated method, more and more vitality entered the Tower of Void Destruction, and gradually, a magnificent sea of vitality appeared in the Tower of Void Destruction. Burp. Looking at the sudden appearance of a green dragon in the air, Wan Minsheng was stunned again, and he subconsciously opened his eyes wide. Originally, he had tried his best to overestimate Sui Xiaoduo, but he realized that he still did not really understand this little guy. This little guy, time and time again, opened his eyes. Like the seventh prince of the demon clan, like the Wahuang sword, and now that was clearly the creator dragon. If Xiaolong maintained his original completely illusory form, no one would be able to see him. Even Elder Wan might be able to sense his existence, but he wouldn't be able to see through his roots. However, at this moment, after Xiaolong merged with the abundant green vitality, he appeared in front of everyone in a real state. With color, it was simply too eye-catching. A huge green dragon, with its head and eyes, scales and claws flying, was rolling in the air in high spirits. Wan Minsheng was not blind, how could he not see it? This was a little ridiculous. No, not a little ridiculous, but too ridiculous. If Zhao's three-legged golden crow was the scheme of the demon clan, Zhu Wu's inheritance was the scheme of the Wu people, and the Wahuang sword was the chess piece of the empress, then what about the creator dragon? Could it be the heavenly axioms arrangement? Crack. Wan Minsheng shut his mouth, lowered his head, and a trace of heartfelt horror flashed in his eyes. It seemed that the situation was still beyond his expectations. He originally planned to retreat when the vitality in the space of the Tower of Emptiness reached a certain level, leaving the seed of vitality here. It would naturally continue to emit vitality slowly consume it, and finally form a kind of balance. But after seeing Xiaolong, he silently changed his original intention, and did not stop pouring vitality. Continuous, endless vitality from the outside was led in without interruption. The situation in front of him continued, and Sui Xiaoduo also sensed that the vitality in the Tower of Emptiness was now thicker than the density in the small house outside. Moreover, it was still pouring in without any signs of slowing down. Elder Wan, it's about time. It's okay. I have a lot of this. Since you have a use for it here, just take it. Wan Minsheng had no intention of stopping. He only knew one thing. In his life, perhaps, there was only one chance to make this kid in front of him owe him a favor. Since that was the case, then he would let him owe as much as he could. Now, the more he contributed, the better. Only with effort could there be a return. If he could make this guy feel embarrassed and unable to bear it, that would be even better. It would be best if Sui Xiaoduo himself felt very embarrassed. That would be great. Wan Minsheng thought too much. Sui Xiaoduo was good at everything, but something like being embarrassed had really never happened to him. Even if he was like Elder Wan, he might feel grateful and a little embarrassed, but it was hard to say what he would think later. After all, someone was a real Pishio, the kind that only ate and did not shit. The vitality in the Tower of Emptiness was so dense that it made people's hair stand on end. Bai and Jiu, who were originally hiding in the spiritual sense space, could not bear it anymore. There was so much delicious food outside. They wanted to eat. Mama, we want to go out. Bai and Jiu were very clear about their identities. They knew that once they came out, they would definitely cause a new round of sensation. In the eyes of those who knew what they were, there was no doubt that they would be the root of a disaster. But the vitality outside was really too tempting. It was different from what they belonged to. It could be said that it was completely different. The two of them were the ancestors of vitality, while the one outside belonged to the ancestors of the mortal world's vitality. There was almost an essential difference between the two, but they still belonged to vitality. If the two sides were neutralized, the two little guys could use this to achieve great improvement and change. How could they not be tempted? But the two little guys knew how powerful it was, so they did not act on their own. Instead, they begged Sua Xiaoduo. That pitiful voice was pleading to Sua Xiaoduo. It was really indescribable and pitiful. Sua Xiaoduo's heart melted in an instant. Go out, it's okay. Elder Wan is a really good person. Chapter 1035. Sua Xiaoduo really didn't feel threatened by Wan Minsheng. Sua Xiaoduo even felt close to Wan Minsheng from the bottom of his heart. He was very relaxed. This was also the first time in history that Sua Xiaoduo recognized and trusted someone other than his parents and sister Nian in such a short period of time. The only one. Even Li Chenglong, Long Yusheng, and the others took much longer than this. Therefore, when faced with the request of the two Calabash children, he agreed almost immediately. After receiving Sua Xiaoduo's permission, Bai and Jiu both cheered. Let's go out and play. Thank you, Mom. The two little guys' voices were crisp and sweet. They were indescribably happy. They somersaulted a few times in the divine sense space and then rushed out eagerly. Therefore, in the extremely shocked eyes of Wan Minsheng, he saw two little guys suddenly appear on top of Sua Xiaoduo's head. Round and round. Those were two calabashes. Yes, calabashes. Calabashes. I am Chow Calabash. Suddenly, Wan Minsheng thought of something and his eyes widened. His eyes were full of disbelief and incredulity. A rush of blood suddenly rushed to his head. In an instant, his face was flushed red, as if he was drunk. He didn't even blink his eyes. Even his breathing had completely stopped. In his mind, in a blank, there was lightning and thunder, the sky turned upside down, the stars exploded, the sun and the moon dimmed. Two calabashes. One was white, crystal clear, and filled with a kind of soft and gentle white. At first glance, it made people feel that it was extremely clean and elegant. The other was black, shiny, and transparent. It was a kind of extreme introverted and filled with a profound atmosphere. Both calabashes were very small and very tender. It gave people the feeling that these two calabashes were not fully grown yet. That was probably the feeling. As the two calabashes floated out, they happily somersaulted in the air, chasing each other and laughing occasionally. That kind of happiness, that kind of freedom, that kind of excitement, actually affected Wan Minsheng's state of mind. At this moment, Wan Minsheng's eyes were the largest they had ever been. They were shocked again and again, but they never thought that there would be such a huge shock at the end. At this moment, the shock in his heart had reached a point where he could not control it at all. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Looking at the 2 gourds in the air, which were swallowing and playing in the boundless life force, he said in a weird voice, "Is that the number 1 treasure of the prehistorical era? Innate spirit root bottle gourd? How could this be? How is this possible?" Sua Xiaoduo was puzzled. "Master Wan, what's wrong? These 2. That gourd is yours?" Wan Minsheng pointed at Bai and Jiu with a trembling finger. His eyes were bloodshot. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable happen right before his eyes. If one were to describe it, it would be a modern man who saw someone who had died with his own eyes suddenly walk over to talk to him in broad daylight. It was probably the feeling of seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Before Sua Xiaoduo could answer, they heard Bai's tender voice. "Mommy, I'm so happy today. Come and play with us too." Sua Xiaoduo smiled happily. "You two play first. Mommy has something to do." "Okay." Bai and Jiu answered crisply. Then, the 2 calabashes flew freely in the air. They were too happy, too comfortable, too happy. Completely different but extremely pure life force emerged from Bai Bai and Jiu's bodies. Then, the life force in this space was swallowed by the two calabashes at the side. Xiaolong was so excited that he was trembling all over. Oh, oh, oh. This is great. This time, he had truly struck gold. This was an unprecedented combination of heaven and earth. It was truly unprecedented in history. Even though the great god of creation, Pangu, sacrificed everything in exchange for this vast world outside, it was still far from achieving the miraculous combination of heaven and earth and the fusion of life force. No, this kind of situation, no matter which world it was, did not have such a miraculous creation. This was because heaven and earth could only be combined in a state of chaos, and there were no living beings in that state. But this space of his own had achieved it. From the beginning to the end, this space had been controlled by someone. And before everything had begun, there was already the creator dragon. Before heaven and earth were developed, there was already a huge amount of life force and fate. And now, with the addition of the Khanate calabash, there was an innate life force. Originally, Xiaolong thought that this kind of treatment was already unprecedented, and there was no comparison in all the 3,000 worlds. However, he had never thought that Zhou Xiaoduo would be chosen by Zhu Rong ancestral magus to be his successor, and that he would be thrown into the territory of a pre-saint, who had saved the world. Xiaolong felt like his heart was about to explode from the ecstasy. Fortunately, he was just an illusion, a dragon of fate. If he had a real body, his dragon heart would have exploded long ago. He was so excited that he could not be any more excited. If Xiaolong was as ecstatic as he was, then Wan Mingsheng was as shocked as he was. He clutched his chest and slowly sat down on the chair, panting heavily like a bellows. His eyes were round and straight, staring at Bai and Jiu in the sky. What was going on? Khanate bottle gourds. Weren't there only 7 of them? And didn't those 7 already have owners? It was publicly acknowledged that Khanate spirit roots existed before the heavens were created, and after a trillion years of nurturing, there were only 7 bottle gourds. There were only 7. There couldn't be more. And it was said that these 7 bottle gourds, to a certain extent, were the same number as the 7 saints of the primordial era. There couldn't be more. Why? Why were there 2 more now? These 2, one white and one black, were never seen before. Were they newly born? This was completely impossible. Moreover, even if the Khanate bottle gourd vine sprouted and produced 2 more bottle gourds, Wan Mingsheng would not be shocked to such an extent. But why were these 2 bottle gourds called Zhou Xiaoduo Mama? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. In Elder Wan's opinion, the only possibility was that the bottle gourd vine had seen Zhou Xiaoduo. However, when it saw Zhou Xiaoduo, it was much earlier than him. At that time, these 2 little bottle gourds had not yet grown up. However, the bottle gourd vine had already seen Zhou Xiaoduo's soaring providence. Then, the bottle gourd vine did not want to miss this opportunity, so it paid a huge price and gave its children to Zhou Xiaoduo to raise. However, what kind of opportunity, what kind of providence, and what kind of coincidence could make the bottle gourd vine willingly hand over its children? Those were 2 children who were still ignorant, who had not grown up, and who did not know any better. What kind of opportunity could make a mother hand over her 2 or 3-year-old children to be raised by someone else? And it was not a situation where she could not afford to raise them. Even if she was the richest person in the continent and the strongest person in the continent, such a mother, who was at the peak of the continent in terms of martial strength, wealth, and reputation, was willing to hand over her children to a young man who was nothing to raise. What did this mean? This was truly frightening to think about. This request was even more important than the one he had made today. It was definitely not the slightest bit inferior. Then he thought. The creator dragon. The small world that had already taken shape. The Huang sword was actually guarding here. The 7th prince of the demon emperor called Zhou Xiaoduo Mama. The 2 connate bottle gourds also called Zhuo Xiao Duo Mama. All of this was abnormal, too abnormal. Hiss. Wan Mingsheng suddenly realized that the investment he made today and the promise he received must be the most correct decision in his life. Unbeknownst to him, he was hugging a leg that couldn't be any thicker than this. At this moment, Wan Mingsheng suddenly felt a sense of regret. He regretted his actions. He should not have made that karma agreement with Zhuo Xiaoduo. After making the karma agreement, as long as Zhuo Xiaoduo reached the agreement, then the karma would be gone, and the favor would also end cleanly at that time. But if he did not make the agreement and just made friends, the spirit clan would probably get much more than what they agreed on in the future. Because although Zhuo Xiaoduo's temperament was weird, stingy, eccentric, and sometimes made people want to slap him to death. But this guy was a person who valued friendship. In Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart, friendship was definitely more important than the promise of karma. He had miscalculated. Wan Mingsheng sighed softly, only feeling countless emotions rolling in his heart. For a moment, he did not know what he was thinking. The Huahuang sword flew back and forth in the air. The 3-legged golden crow flew in the air to its heart's content. One moment it turned into a ball of flame, and the next moment it circled in the air. A green dragon was shaking its head and wagging its tail. 2 little bottle gourds were playing, shaking their heads happily. Today in the Void Extermination Pagoda, it was like a New Year's wedding. All kinds of happy events were gathered together. It was unprecedentedly lively. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also exultant. Only Wan Mingsheng, the person who had made the biggest contribution to this happy event, was stunned from the beginning to the end. He only felt that his heart was filled with blood time and time again, hovering on the edge of exploding again and again, until he came out of the Void Extermination Pagoda. Wan Mingsheng was still in a daze. His face was shocked to the point of numbness, and the state of being in a daze did not go away for a long time. His state of mind that had been tempered for millions of years, as still as a mountain, could not be calmed down at this moment. Elder Wan. Elder Wan. Zhuo Xiaoduo called out a few times. Chapter 1036. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Wan Mingsheng felt that he must have no demeanor at this moment. The demeanor and grace that he had accumulated for millions of years were all gone. But at this moment, he couldn't care about anything. Because until now, he still felt that his eyes were dazzled by the colorful lights in front of him. He was almost infatuated and turned inside out. He thought deeper in an instant. Since the 2 black and white gourds were here, and they were so dependent on Zhuo Xiaoduo, it could only prove that, or it could be said that the source of the dominator of heaven and earth had recognized Zhuo Xiaoduo's fate. That was why he entrusted the 2 gourds to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo's attitude towards the 2 small gourds, and even towards the 3-legged golden crow, it was a sincere affection from the bottom of his heart. This was the level of the dominator of heaven and earth's chess pieces. Imperceptibly, they would be bound to you by karma that could no longer be severed. Compared to forcefully binding others, this method of manipulation was extremely costly, but the effect was minimal. The difference between the 2 was simply too great. Ashamed of his inferiority. Ashamed of his inferiority. What should we do next? Wan Mingsheng was still thinking about the 2 gourds, the Huahuang sword, the 3-legged golden crow, and the creator dragon. These were the chess pieces set up by the mighty dot so much so that his words were a little light. Of course, we should continue to practice the primordial fire technique. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Elder Wan, let's take a break and then start. We still have to go to the Tower of Annihilation to practice. The flow of time inside is quite different from the outside world. The current Tower of Annihilation had been optimized by Wan Mingsheng, and its performance could be said to have improved further. Of course, the optimization this time was more in the aspect of concealment, and the progress in other aspects was relatively limited. However, after Xiaolong's integration of statistics, now 1 day outside was equivalent to 90 days in the Tower of Annihilation, which was a full 3 months. And such a terrifying progress was relatively limited in other aspects. Zhuo Xiaoduo was trying to figure it out as he waved his hands and lifted his feet. He imagined integrating it into his moves and waited for Xiaolong to integrate the time and space of the Tower of Annihilation. Wan Minsheng leaned back in his chair quietly. His face looked calm as if he was taking a nap. Nothing was bothering him. But in reality, his heart was in a perilous situation, and he was trying his best to calm himself down. Just relying on 1,000,000 years of mental stability was no longer enough. The more Zhuo Xiaoduo gestured, the more he felt like he had gained something but lacked a flash of insight. And at this moment dark clouds suddenly gathered in the boundless sky. Then, thunder rumbled from afar, rolling back and forth in the sky. A deafening clap of thunder rang out, startling Wan Minsheng out of his thoughts. He looked up in surprise. The tree leaves and branches that covered the entire sky sensed Wan Minsheng's confusion and automatically scattered, revealing a patch of the sky. At this moment, dark clouds surged, covering the sky and covering the earth. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was still moving his arms and legs, felt a wave of enlightenment rise. It seemed that he had a new understanding of his hammering technique. An impulse arose in his heart, and he couldn't hold it back any longer. With a swoosh, he took out the 99 cat hammer from his space ring. Then, he leaped into the air and smashed down with his hammer. Then, another hammer, another hammer, another hammer, another hammer. It felt more and more perfect. I'm too awesome. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Bai and Jiu cheered as they leaped out of the divine sense, turning into two streaks of light, one white and one black, that shot into the two hammers. For a moment, the white light and the black aura intertwined in the air. The energy of yin and yang surged endlessly in the air, and the gates of hell began to take shape. Thunderclaps continued to ring out in the sky. After a long while, an even louder explosion rang out. In reality, the shadows of two sledgehammers suddenly appeared in the sky, and then suddenly rushed down on their own. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. What's going on? What's going on? I'm just dancing with my hammers. You've already reached your limit by using wind and thunder in the sky. Why are you making a pair of hammers to match the situation? Are you kidding me? However, before he could think about it carefully, a pretty little girl in white appeared on the left hammer of the 99 cat hammer, and a chubby little boy in a dudu appeared on the right hammer. The two little guys giggled and suddenly looked up at the sky, opening their mouths at the same time. The two sledgehammer phantoms in the sky were originally rushing toward the 99 kitty hammer, but Little White and Little Jiu opened their mouths and swallowed them into their stomachs. They were intercepted. Thunder roared in the sky as if it was angry. This is for the hammers. Why are you swallowing it? The shadows of the two gourds suddenly rushed out of the hammers. Two streaks of light, one white and one black, soared into the sky in an unprecedentedly arrogant and domineering manner, heading straight for the dark clouds in the sky. Why are you striking thunder? You're so annoying. How dare you criticize us? However, the heavenly wrath did not dare to offend them lightly. The boundless dark clouds in the sky immediately reacted. With a muffled boom, a bolt of lightning struck down, heading straight for the two little guys. All of this happened too suddenly. The two little guys challenged the heavenly wrath and even approached the clouds on their own. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not have time to react at all. Elder Wan finally reacted. However, even though his cultivation was amazing, he was not good at fighting. He could not react in time to such a sudden change. Seeing the lightning approaching the two little guys, he was already half a step too late to save them. Seeing the heavenly wrath and the lightning approaching, the Jiu opened its mouth and swallowed the lightning into its stomach. Then, it continued to rush up. Elder Wan, who was ready to help, and Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had just reacted, were both dumbfounded. What kind of twist was this? That was the heavenly wrath, and it swallowed it? The two gourds rushed up to the sky aggressively. A strong wind suddenly rose, sweeping up the dust. With a whoosh, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly rose, and the wind grew stronger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the sky became clear again. Only then did Little White and Little Jill land unwillingly. They let out a smug cry that said, "Don't run if you have the guts," showing off their arrogance and flaunting their might. Then, with a whoosh, they went back into the 99 Kitty hammer, digesting the essence of the two hammers and further merging with the 99 Kitty hammer. Ah, this. Xiaoduo was so shocked that he did not know what to say. My son and my daughter are so amazing. The lightning that represents the heavenly wrath was swallowed just like that. On the other hand, Wan Minsheng's expression returned to calmness. He was not surprised at all. After all, he had a cultivation of 1,000,000 years. In an instant, he understood the reason. The heavenly wrath was incomplete, and the prehistoric spiritual treasure, the Khanate gourd, was a special existence like the illegitimate child of the heavenly wrath. Facing the incomplete aura of the heavenly wrath, not only would they not be afraid, but they would also feel a natural suppression. Everything happened so suddenly that it became a matter of life and death. Elder Wan did not have time to think carefully, so he wanted to come to their rescue. When Xiaoduo picked up the 99 Kitty hammer again, he immediately felt that the hammer was different. It had a kind of aura. As heavy as a mountain, as heavy as a prison, and as ferocious to the extreme. It was as if a pair of weapons for battle had completely transformed into weapons for killing. Weapons of war and weapons of slaughter were of completely different natures. If it had not been baptized by the blood of countless souls, even if it was a top-grade divine weapon, it would not be born with such an aura. Casually picking it up, Xiaoduo could feel that if he used the 99 Kitty hammer to use the 1,000-soul hammer in battle again, its power would be improved qualitatively. It was a transformation of a completely different level. My young friend, from now on, this pair of hammers will be immortal. Wan Minsheng stood aside, with deep worry and sorrow in his eyes. His eyes were fixed on the pair of hammers, but what he saw in his mind was the monstrous waves of blood that would be smashed by the hammers in the near future. Countless heroes and warriors of various clans would be turned into dead souls under this pair of hammers. Elder Wan, what do you mean? Xiaoduo humbly asked for advice. Before the two gourds entered, these two hammers were only lethal weapons in the human world. But after the two gourds were invested in, they were already divine weapons in the heavens, belonging to the level of spiritual treasures. They will grow with the growth of the gourds. It can even be said that when the two gourds were invested in, they were already natural spiritual treasures. Their foundation was solid, and they only needed to be polished for a long time. But this time, the hammer's souls entered and were refined by the two gourds at the first moment. It means that all the conditions are now met. Moreover, each of them has a quality beyond the established. In the future, this pair of hammers will not only be a top-grade natural spiritual treasure in the divine weapon ranking list. And their ranking will not be too far behind. Wan Minsheng said earnestly, my young friend, innate spiritual treasures are otherworldly spiritual objects born from the creation of heaven and earth. They are the purest immortal objects in the world. But your pair of hammers, because of their special roots and various opportunities, have become immortal objects. At the same time, they possess the attributes of killing weapons. My young friend, I hope that when you use these killing weapons in the future, you will not act recklessly. You must always have compassion in your heart. Xiaoduo agreed and nodded vigorously, saying, yes, I often have mercy in my heart now. I always think that I can't leave my family alone. My parents are old and need me to take care of them. Nian Cat needs me even more, so I can't let anything happen to her. I have to kill all my enemies without leaving any consequences. That's the greatest mercy in my heart. Xiaoduo said sadly, now, I'm really doing things with a merciful heart. I'm fighting with a merciful heart. I pity the people of my world, who have so many worries. I pity my enemies, who have such a long lifespan. The world is too bitter and difficult. It's better to send them away as soon as possible. That's my greatest merit. Wan Minsheng was dumbfounded. You are so merciful. So you don't leave any consequences. Well, it seems that I don't really understand the meaning of the word mercy. It's my lack of talent and knowledge. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo's self-righteous face when he spoke, it was clear that he really thought so. This kind of self-righteousness was simply Wan Minsheng could not understand. The interior of the Tower of Annihilation has returned to normal. Shall we start practicing the elemental fire technique now? Zhuo Xiaoduo was full of urgency. Okay. Cough, cough. Chapter 1037. In the outside world, 3 days and 2 nights had passed. In this period of time, a total of 225 days had passed inside the Tower of Annihilation. Zhuo Xiaoduo had raised his cultivation to the peak of the God Reigning stage in one go and suppressed it to the limit of 56 times. The second level of the Flaming Sun Manual, Red Sun and Golden Sun, had not only reached the peak, but was also about to enter the third level, Clear Sky Great Sun. And the most gratifying thing was that the elemental fire technique could be considered to have reached the entry level. It was worthy of being Zhu Wu's natal cultivation technique. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's peerless talent and the fact that he was a cheater himself, it took him nearly a year to reach the entry level. Also, with the help of Wan Minsheng's protection, Zhuo Xiaoduo successfully triggered the Jade Pendant and channeled it into his sea of consciousness. Unsurprisingly, the Jade Pendant contained Zhu Wu Zhurong's lifetime of cultivation and battle comprehension. Zhuo Xiaoduo skimmed through it quickly and was greatly enlightened and shocked. It turned out that there was such a way of fighting. Now, Zhuo Xiaoduo had begun to absorb the elemental fire. The elemental fire that had turned into a secret manual had been completely absorbed by Zhuo Xiaoduo and turned into the foundation of the elemental fire technique. Then, he turned to absorbing the Zhu Rong primordial fire that had been preserved by Wan Minsheng for countless years. Even though the fire energy in Zhuo Xiaoduo's body had accumulated to an unimaginable level, when faced with the Zhu Rong primordial fire, he still felt that he could not control it and could lose control at any time. Especially when his fire power encountered the Zhu Rong true fire, not only did it fail to control the fire with fire, but it also instinctively shrank back, seeming to want to leap back into the Zhu Rong true fire. However, the Zhu Rong primordial fire was like the king of fire, burning neither fast nor slow. From beginning to end, it had a look of disdain. Cold and reserved. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried again and again, but he was still unable to fuse them. Fortunately, he had Elder Wan's guidance and knew about Zhu Rong's true fire in advance. Although he failed again and again, he did not feel depressed. Failure is the mother of success. As long as you succeed in the end, who cares what happened in the past? The history books are written by the victors. Zhuo Xiaoduo secretly made up his mind, after I successfully assimilate and subdue the Zhu Rongzhenhua, I will say that I have subdued the Zhu Rongzhenhua in one go. As soon as the Zhu Rongzhenhua sees my face, it will take the initiative to submit to me. It will be obedient and obedient. Let me do whatever I want, and show off my charisma as the chosen one. What's the use of ignoring him now? At that time, I'll be able to use it however I want. Zhuo Xiaoduo made up his mind and began cultivating again to increase his foundation before continuing his attempts. So far, Zhuo Xiaoduo had tried more than 10 times. Finally, he felt that they were on par. However, the Zhu Rongzhenhua was still unwilling to cooperate. It still waited arrogantly with no intention of compromising. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a headache coming on. Elder Wan, this fire is too annoying, isn't it? I have clearly exceeded the cultivation level it needs. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very dissatisfied. It's like an ice beauty. It's clear that someone has met her requirements to find a partner, but she's still trying to be reserved. Wan Minsheng smiled bitterly. Young friend, you should really feel lucky. An ice beauty naturally thinks highly of herself. If it weren't for your fire attribute cultivation and extraordinary attainments, as well as the foundation of the Yuanhua technique, your roots would be no different from the Zhu Rongzhenhua. Even if you wanted to, you wouldn't be able to. Why do you think Zhu Rong is called the god of fire? Why is he the king of all fires and flames? Isn't it because of the Zhu Rong Zhenhua in his bones? As long as you absorb this Zhu Rong Zhenhua, it's the same as reaching the sky in one step. You can immediately build the Zhenhua foundation, form the Zhenhua embryo, and reach the starting point of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. That's the beginning of the next generation of Zhu Wu. How can it be a small matter? How is it different from paving the way to the sky in one go? People should know how to be content. But this is too slow. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little worried. As the saying goes, a woman is afraid of a man who pesters her. Sincerity can move metal and stone. You must be patient. Wan Minsheng had been led astray by Zhuo Xiaoduo. He even said that a woman was afraid of a man who pesters her. Zhuo Xiaoduo faced the Zhenhua and threatened, "But you've been together for more than 200 days and you're still so reserved. You're obviously pretentious. I don't like it. Love will disappear. Student Zhenhua, if you continue to be so reserved, I won't be able to pursue you anymore." Zhu Rong's Zhenhua burned slowly, but he still ignored him. Zhuo Xiaoduo finally couldn't hold back and said angrily, "Elder Wan, I don't think we can follow your method anymore. The progress is too slow. If we wait for him to become more approachable and condescending, how long will that take? Well, by the way, you said that you spent a lot of effort to separate this Zhenhua from his body. This is the kind of painstaking effort in your bones, right? It happens once in 12 years. If you use this method, it'll take you at least tens of thousands of times. No, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to fuck it." Zhuo Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and rubbed his palms. "Whether it's willing or not, I'm going to fuck it." Wan Minsheng was shocked. "Don't force it. You have to be patient and influence it bit by bit. One day, it'll fall into your arms. You have the foundation of the Zhenhua, so it won't take that long. Your current progress. You'd better take a break." As he spoke, Zhuo Xiaoduo grabbed the slowly burning Zhu Rong's Zhenhua and said angrily, "How long are you going to be reserved? I'm running out of patience. I'm going to force myself on you today." Zhu Rong's Zhenhua burned slowly, but he was still cold and reserved. Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. "Are you looking down on me?" So the Zhenhua opened his mouth and swallowed Zhu Rong's Zhenhua. He really forced himself on Zhenhua. Zhenhua was swallowed in one gulp. Wan Minsheng burped and widened his eyes. "This kid is courting death." "Oh." Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a painful howl from his throat, but he kept his mouth shut. He used the primordial fire and true fire to forcefully compress it, and then drove it towards his dantian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Zhuo Xiaoduo's head, hands, feet, facial orifices, and even his back began to emit flames. Plumes of black smoke rose from the countless pores on his body. However, he kept his mouth shut and gritted his teeth, refusing to let go. Wan Minsheng was dumbfounded. This was the true fury of Zhu Rong. How could he be so reckless? Were they courting death? Once Zhu Rong's primordial fire was fully ignited, it would be an extreme eruption from within his body. His entire body would be incinerated by the primordial fire, and his soul would be completely destroyed. However, when he saw that Zhuo Xiaoduo's entire body was burning red, he knew that there was no turning back. He did not dare to disturb him and could only continuously inject life force into Zhuo Xiaoduo to strengthen the vitality of his body and help suppress the primordial fire. To Wan Minsheng's surprise, this ball of Zhu Rong's primordial fire only resisted slightly after being treated so rudely. Then, it followed Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians and entered his dantian. Nothing out of the ordinary happened throughout the entire process. It obediently followed. Then, in his dantian, all the energy began to revolve around this ball of fire and began to fuse and integrate into one. Wan Minsheng watched with his mouth agape, at a loss of what to do. What was going on? Wasn't this too ridiculous? He did not know that Zhuo Xiaoduo was most afraid of death. He had always adhered to the principle of not fighting a battle or taking risks that he was not confident in. It could be said that a gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. The reason why he was so reckless was because he had referred to Zhu Wu Zhurong's lifetime of combat and cultivation experience and concluded a principle. This Lord Zhu Wu Zhurong's actions could be described with one word: reckless. No matter what was in front of him, no matter how strong the enemy was, no matter how many enemies there were, no matter whether he could defeat them or not, there was only one word to describe it: reckless. Who cares? If he could defeat them, he would fight. If he could not defeat them, he would fight even more. This was the kind of guy he was. He had been reckless his entire life. If you wanted to use gentle methods to slowly coax and influence the primordial fire inheritance left behind by such a person, although there was a possibility of success, at the very least, you would have to coax it for hundreds of thousands of years, just like Elder Wan, who had been licking his boots for hundreds of millions of years. However, there was no one like Zhuo Xiaoduo who would directly cook the rice and force himself on the primordial fire before talking about the follow-up. As expected. As soon as it entered his throat, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt it. As expected, this was the case. Although he said no, in reality, he had already approved of it. He just stood there and did not take the initiative. After all, Zhuo Xiaoduo had the foundation of the primordial fire art and a fire attribute cultivation body. It was a perfect match for Zhu Rong's primordial fire. There was no better combination. On the surface, the two sides did not interfere with each other. However, in reality, they were already dry firewood and raging fire. They were only waiting for one side to take the initiative. Then, they would immediately become entangled in each other and hit it off. The cold and aloof demeanor would disappear in an instant and turn into lovey-dovey love. She lived a prosperous life. Although the worries of the people's livelihood were based on his experience, who said that experience was always right? In reality, if he really could not absorb it, Zhuo Xiaoduo would definitely spit it out immediately. Why would he take the huge risk of burning himself to ashes to absorb it? He even directly absorbed it into his dantian. Was that something that someone who was afraid of dying would do? That would be ridiculous. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the people, Zhuo Xiaoduo only took one day and one night to complete the fusion of the spiritual energy in his body and Zhu Rong's primordial fire. His red skin slowly returned to normal. However, his hair, the fine hairs on his body, and the other hairs on his lower body were all burned clean in the process. Even some skin flakes were rustling down. However, the skin that was exposed now had almost no pores on it. It was white with a tinge of red. It was different. It was indescribably likable and enviable. At this moment, even a lady with the best skin would feel inferior when compared to Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was also cursing in his heart at this moment. It was not the first time that his entire body was shedding his hair. However, the shedding was so severe that he had been sitting cross-legged the whole time. All the hair on his body had turned into powder and landed in his crotch. Now, there was a small handful of all kinds of powder in his crotch. As long as he stood up, the powder would definitely fall down his thighs and calves. This was unprecedented. Chapter 1038. Moreover, no one had seen him in a similar state before. Now that he was in the space of the Tower of Emptiness, people like Elder Wan, Wang Sword, Xiao, Bai, and Jiu were all there. How could he let them see through his embarrassing image? How could he still have any face left? Zhuo Xiaoduo practiced seriously while looking at Wan Minsheng out of the corner of his eye. It was said that when people got older, they would more or less have frequent urination. Why didn't Elder Wan say that he wanted to go to the toilet? What happened to the saying that old people were shrewd? At this moment, Wan Minsheng looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with burning eyes, ready to help at any time. Even if the fusion was completed, the power of Zhu Rong's true fire was something that Wan Minsheng would never forget in his life. Could Zuo Xiaoduo really digest it? Could he? He couldn't be careless. After a long time, Zuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but stand up quickly, stomping his feet, and saying, I finally succeeded. It's so comfortable. Before his voice died away, he had already walked out. Behind him, Xiao stood on 3 legs where Zuo Xiaoduo originally stood, looking at the gray and white thing on the ground in a daze. What was this? It seemed to have fallen out of his mother's pants that he tilted his head and looked at it for a long time, but he didn't understand. So he pecked it with his sharp beak. Ba, ba, ba. Xiao vomited crazily. Wan Minsheng almost couldn't help laughing out loud. It was a saying that old people were shrewd. How could he not see what this kid was doing? This anecdote was enough for him to laugh for a while, or maybe for a lifetime. However, this little thing, this little embarrassment, was the most normal and common thing in the process of marrow cleansing after a great improvement in cultivation. For example, when demons shed their skin and evolved, they directly left the entire surface of their body. In comparison, the little residue left by Zuo Xiaoduo was nothing. It was just a manifestation of his shallow cultivation and shallow knowledge. However, the matter of the 7th prince eating the residue could make him laugh for a while. Wan Minsheng was really kind. He acted like he didn't see anything and just walked over. He even congratulated him happily and hid this joke in his heart. Zuo Xiaoduo heaved a sigh of relief. If it were Li Chenglong and the others, they would probably treat this as a joke and laugh at him for a few years, or even for half of their lives. Elder Wan is still the honest one. Touching his bald head, Zuo Xiaoduo was still feeling melancholy. Since the last time he had become bald while practicing martial arts, he had been bald from time to time. Moreover, his whole body was bald from head to toe. It had only just grown out. And all kinds of hair. Cough, it had only been a few days, and it was all gone. Zuo Xiao was most melancholy was that even his eyebrows were gone. Of course, his eyelashes were gone as well. Needless to say, it was difficult to blink his eyes. Zuo Xiaoduo sighed from the bottom of his heart. This was probably the price of success, the trouble of growing up. I'm bald again. There's a description, like a peeled egg. That should be the description of me. Now, I'm completely Azure Dragon. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a thought. I wonder when Nian Cat cleanses her meridians and marrows that I can't think about it. When the time comes, I'll find a chance to sneak a peek. Roar. Zuo Xiaoduo suddenly became happy. He squinted his eyes and smiled wretchedly. Next, Zuo Xiaoduo continued to stay in the space of the Tower of Annihilation and continued to cultivate. At most, he would come out occasionally to chat with Wan Minsheng and drink tea. With such a high efficiency of cultivation, his strength naturally continued to grow. Following the initiation of the elemental fire art, Zuo Xiaoduo discovered that the growth of his strength was like heaven and earth compared to before. It was impossible to compare. It was as if he was going up a level every few days. Coming out to drink Elder Wan's tea every day also made him feel more and more awake and clear-headed. What's more, Zuo Xiaoduo felt that his impending breakthrough in cultivation made his ambition grow bigger and bigger. On this day, he suddenly thought of something. It seemed that there was no better opportunity than now to integrate the creation plate. Through these few days of free time, Zuo Xiaoduo suspected that Elder Wan might be the most powerful person in the astral souls at this time. Maybe even above the Flood Witch. Then, if he didn't take advantage of the fact that such a powerful person was beside him, when would he complete the integration? Elder Wan, you're experienced and knowledgeable. I have something that I need your help with. Zuo Xiaoduo smiled flatteringly. What? This. Zuo Xiaoduo took out a corner of the creation plate. I want to integrate this. The creation plate. Wan Minsheng originally thought that he had been shocked to the extreme these few days, especially after the two gourds. What else could this kid have that could surprise him? It was already an innate spiritual treasure, so it had to be an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. What else could there be with an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure with the slaughter attribute? But the moment he looked at it, another unexpected thing appeared in front of him. There are 4 extremes in the sky, and the Azure Dragon guards the east. This is the Azure Dragon Sage's creation plate. You said you want to integrate it. Then you have the main plate of the creation plate with you? Are you serious? Wan Minsheng's eyeballs were completely hanging out of their sockets. Yes, his original body was a spiritual plant, so it was understandable that some of his actions were beyond the scope of human abilities. Wasn't the main plate lost after the great god Pangu created the world? How did it fall on you? Wan Minsheng wanted to roar. What was going on? Can someone tell me? What kind of luck did this kid have? To put it bluntly, if there were any news about the master plate, the Azure Dragon Sage and the others wouldn't have had a chance to hold a corner of the creation plate. The Azure Dragon Sage and the rest were the top experts in the world, but compared to the level of the creation plate, they were still one level lower. It should not have been their turn to hold such a creation plate. But everyone knew that after the great god Pangu created the world, the creation plate was already lost and incomplete. This was the same logic as the world being incomplete. Innate cardinal treasures were the limit of spirit treasures. Anything that surpassed the level of innate cardinal treasures could not exist, and even if it did, it would not be complete. When the Tao ancestor created the 3,000 great Taos, the creation plate was completely broken. After that, the various mighty figures knew that the 4 great demon guardians had obtained the fragments of the creation plate, but no one thought much of it. Even if the fragments were all present, the combined power of the 4 pieces was only at the level of an ordinary innate spiritual treasure. It could be completely resisted. It was completely harmless to the real mighty figures. In fact, if they snatched it, the other mighty figures would think that they were plotting something. The gains did not make up for the losses. With Wan Minsheng's cultivation, he naturally understood this. But even if Wan Minsheng smashed his soul, he would never have thought that at this moment, the legendary main plate of the creation plate, which even the Tao ancestor could not find, would appear right in front of him. This guy actually said that he wanted to merge with the creation plate. Since Sua Xiaoduo said that, apart from having a corner of the Azure Dragon Sage's creation plate, Sua Xiaoduo also had to have the main plate. This part could be said to be as obvious as a louse on a bald head. Wan Minsheng clutched his chest, feeling as if he was about to have a heart attack. His mental demons rose and fell, floating. There were several times when he wanted to raise his hand and kill Sua Xiaoduo to obtain such a huge treasure. Elder Wan, give me a straightforward answer. Can you merge it or not? The ignorant Sua Xiaoduo continued to ask. I can't merge it. Wan Minsheng finally gasped for breath. He reached out and grabbed Sua Xiaoduo's shoulder, saying anxiously, you must remember that before you reach the Skysoar realm, you must never try to merge it. That's the danger of returning to the primal chaos in an instant. Do you understand? Sua Xiaoduo was startled. Ah. But my cultivation has improved greatly. This isn't a matter of cultivation. It's something that can only be merged after reaching a certain realm and resonating with the heavenly Tao to a certain extent. Wan Minsheng felt extremely conflicted. This thing isn't something that can be merged at will. Also, in the future, don't take it out casually. Do you understand? At the end of his words, there was a hint of ruthlessness in them. It wasn't that Elder One wasn't tempted by such a supreme treasure. Given his cultivation, if he could control the complete creation plate, he could go anywhere in the world. After all, he had cultivated for 1,000,000 years. His mind was pure and upright, and he had let go of his greed and obsession. I understand, I understand. Sua Xiaoduo was startled by Elder Wan's reaction. Although he didn't understand the logic behind it, he instinctively believed Wan Minsheng. Wan Minsheng couldn't help but sigh. What was the path of fortune? This was the path of fortune. If Zhuo Xiaoduo insisted on merging with the creation plate, Wan Minsheng could only stand guard for him. What awaited Zhuo Xiaoduo would be the destruction of his physical body and soul, consigned to eternal damnation. However, he was very obedient and resisted. If this wasn't the path of fortune, then what was? This kid was really too careless. How could he take out something like this so casually? But he probably didn't know what it was. In that case, I'll break through to the profound returning realm first. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very open-minded. If he couldn't merge with the creation plate, then so be it. Alright, I'll stand guard for you. Remember, this thing is not allowed to appear in front of anyone in the future. Wan Minsheng warned solemnly. Yes, I'll remember. Don't take it out in front of me. Ah. What ah? Seeing this thing, even a saint would turn into a bandit. Damn it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was scared. A day later. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked out of Wan Minsheng's courtyard quickly. After a few steps, he realized that the environment behind him had changed. When he looked back, he couldn't see where the small courtyard was anymore. Thank you. Zhuo Xiaoduo bowed deeply in the direction of his memory, then turned around and strode away. Chapter 1039. On the last day, Zhuo Xiaoduo successfully broke through to the mystic returning realm. Apart from the 50 caddies of spirit tea, Wan Minsheng also gave Zhuo Xiaoduo a supreme-grade spirit spring, which he moved into the void extermination pagoda. After all, there really wasn't any water-type phase in the void extermination pagoda. Wan Minsheng asked Zhuo Xiaoduo how many of the seeds of the wishful vines he wanted. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled and said that he would not mind having more of such good things. Wan Minsheng waved his hand and gave him a sack full of them. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned by Wan Minsheng's generosity. So many. This was at least hundreds of thousands. I mean, it's not that I wouldn't mind having more, but this was too much. Where do you want me to plant them? However, when he asked for them and Wan Minsheng gave them to him, he could still say, it's too much, I don't want so much. Perhaps other people could do such a thing, but a real Pishio like Zhuo Xiaoduo would never do it. He simply kept them in the Tower of Annihilation. Anyway, I have a world. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just hundreds of thousands of wishful vines? In short, Zhuo Xiaoduo happily took them away. However, as soon as he left the small courtyard, the courtyard disappeared. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he had taken too much. Was Wan Minsheng unhappy? But these were not what he wanted. He gave them to him voluntarily. He could not figure it out. It was better to keep moving forward. Little did he know that Wan Minsheng was standing in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo's door at this moment, feeling sad. This old man had never experienced the pain of parting in his life. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo had stayed here for so long that the old man was already used to his company. In particular, Zhuo Xiaoduo was usually smart and well-behaved. Wan Minsheng had long liked him to the bone. If it wasn't for this shred of kinship, Wan Minsheng might have really made a move that day. Therefore, the moment Zhuo Xiaoduo left, Wan Minsheng felt a lump in his throat and almost cried. In order to quickly cut off this worry, he hurriedly activated the formation to cover himself and the small courtyard. At this moment, he was standing in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo's door. He was so sad that his body was trembling, his eyes were red, and he was sighing deeply. I understand that you can't stay here for long. You still have a bright future ahead of you. But you can't control it. Wan Minsheng muttered to himself, I only hope that after you leave this place, you will be safe and your life will be smooth. Then, he let out a long sigh, which lasted for a long time. What's the use of cultivation and mental state even if you're promoted to the sage-to-be level? I still can't control my feelings. At this moment, Elder Wan was like an old man watching his grandson go out to work. Although he was reluctant, he still regained his rationality. When a child grew up, he had to go out. A baby eagle had to learn to fly by itself. Sigh. Wan Minsheng's eyes were full of reluctance and longing as he looked at the facilities in Zhuo Xiaoduo's room. His Taoist heart, which had been silent for millions of years, suddenly yearned for the outside world. It was unprecedentedly strong. Perhaps, I really should go out and take a look. Wan Minsheng muttered to himself. However, His Majesty's Spirit Emperor said that he would never leave this place. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, didn't feel too sad about parting. After all, in his opinion, Elder Wan wouldn't leave the Heavenly Spirit Forest, and his cultivation was still so high. He just had to wait until he had the time to come and see him again. But now, he was really anxious to return home. He wanted to find a place with some signal and send a message to the outside world. I'm still alive. Don't worry. Especially to send a message to Sister Nian. Nian cat, I'm fine. Wait for me. The most important thing is that I'm already at the mystical returning realm. I can almost suppress you. Mystical returning realm. Roar. Roar. Along the way, the trees and grass in the forest all made way for him. There were even a few trees that turned into giants, standing there and waving their hands. This god of plague was finally gone. Zhuo Xiaoduo was unprecedentedly happy, but also extremely anxious. He stepped out of the boundary of the Heavenly Spirit Forest as if he was flying. After walking a few thousand miles to the east, Zhuo Xiaoduo slowly found that the trees here were a little different. First, it slowly thinned out. Then, he found a bottomless ditch. After crossing this ditch, he saw that the trees became denser from sparse to dense again. However, the trees on the other side of the ditch clearly showed signs of darkening. They were overflowing with an indescribable aura, which made people feel uncomfortable from the inside out. Zhuo Xiaoduo instantly remembered the demonic aura he saw when he first came. Although it was slightly different from what he felt now, it was almost the same. The aura he felt in front of him seemed to be more evil, more brutal, and more unpleasant. As he walked forward, there were more and more snakes, insects, spiders, ants, flies, snakes, and centipedes under his feet. Occasionally, there were large groups of scorpions, holding their large pincers, rampaging in the dense grass. Then, there were centipedes that were 1/2 meter, 1 meter, and even several meters long, swimming past. Zhuo Xiaoduo was like a wisp of smoke, flashing through the forest and above the grass. He didn't dare to land on the ground. He knew very well that the direction he chose at random should be the territory of the demon clan in the Heavenly Spirit Forest. Elder Wan had been in the Heavenly Spirit Forest for 1,000,000 years, so there must be some super experts among the demons nearby. Even if he made another breakthrough, he still wouldn't dare to cause trouble. If he didn't have to, then it would be best if he didn't have to. The most important thing now was to go out, find a place with a signal, and send out the message quickly, so that his family wouldn't be worried. Then, he would think of a way to sneak back from the Umno Alliance. That was the most important thing now. Even if others provoke me, I won't fight back. I won't fight back when they hit me, and I won't talk back when they scold me. My first priority is to go back safely. Oh, yeah. Let's do that. Zhuo Xiaoduo made up his mind and sneaked forward. At this moment, inside the forest, there were countless strange-looking guys, who were jumping for joy. The smell of good wine slowly filled the air, and many of them were splashed on the ground. The smell was naturally more pungent. The news that Mo Shizhou brought back had been reported. Now, the demon clan here was celebrating wildly. Although Wan Minsheng said that they were not allowed to go out, and that they were not allowed to come back. But this also indirectly proved that the great era was about to arrive. The various clans were really about to return. In 3 years, at most 5 years, all the clans would be back. What a short period of time. We have been here for thousands of years, and our seniors have died batch after batch. The clans are getting stronger and stronger, and the original elders are now very powerful. What are we afraid of? When the great era comes, we will immediately kill our way out. To welcome the return of our clans, with cooperation from the inside and the outside, isn't that a great achievement? Maybe the whole world will be under the rule of the demon clan. The news was confirmed, and that was the best thing. Seize the time to practice and improve. All the clans must do this. When our clans return from the mainland, everyone's cultivation must be higher than now. In the future, maybe we will all die, but it is also possible that we will become heroes, and become the glory of the demon clan. We will trample the whole world under our feet. Let the glory of the demon ancestor shine on the whole world. Heaven and earth. Only the demon reigns supreme. Only the demon reigns supreme. Amidst the waves of cheers, everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. At this moment, a leaf swayed, and a black smoke suddenly rose from the ground. Then, he transformed into a strangely shaped demon and whispered a few words to him. Human. Are you sure? From Elder Wan's side? Should be. Let's go and take a look. Do we need to report to the boss and the rest? No need. The boss was very angry during this period of time, and it was this news that made them happy. However, they immediately went in and seemed to be dealing with something. It is said that the boss caught a human woman 2 days ago. Don't ask if you don't know. Yes, I am wrong. Let's go and take a look. Countless demons, in the direction of Zhuo Xiaoduo, screamed and roared, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Humans. Many demons were born in the demonic spirit forest and had never seen a human in their entire lives. Now, they were finally going to see a living one, so excited, roar roar. It is said that human blood is unusually fresh and sweet. I don't know if it is true. But only one came, I don't know if it will be my turn to taste it. The demons swarmed. Zhuo Xiaoduo was fully focused, and continued to move forward cautiously, shuttling through the forest, flying at the lowest altitude. Since he knew that the demons also had strong masters, he did not dare to be rash, and flew at a high altitude. The boundless demonic aura in the sky was like a big net, directly covering the whole space. Of course, this was to defend against the high-altitude meteorites, but also to prevent the enemy from invading. Moreover, those who could set up spiritual senses in the sky were all big shots of a certain level. Zhuo Xiaoduo admitted that he could not afford to offend big shots of this level. Although my strength has improved greatly, and compared to when I was besieged and chased in the Red Sun mountain range, my strength has improved by several times, but although at that time I was just a mere god reigning, and now I am a high and mighty mystic reigning, but I am still only invincible among the younger generation. I am still far from those old guys. Well, I seem to be invincible among the younger generation, and no one can defeat me, right? Then, what is the specific meaning of these days of improvement? Is it just for the promise with Sister Nian? If I can fulfill the promise, it is not bad. I have long wanted to fulfill it, even in my dreams. Dong dong clang. Nian nian cat, I am coming. Chapter 1040. But that was a matter for the future. Now, to be safe, he chose to keep flying at a very low altitude in the forest and continue to pass through. Zhuo Xiaoduo's plan could be said to be extremely wise. The kind of peerless experts that he needed to avoid, if they did not know about him beforehand and targeted him, they would not appear at such a height and on such a route. Therefore, as long as he moved fast enough, he would be able to pass them safely. Even if he encountered the demon clan unluckily, they were just some small fries at most. If there was a conflict, with Zhuo Xiaoduo's means, he could open a path in an instant and pass through directly. By the time the experts on the other side reacted, Zhuo Xiaoduo would be very likely to be far away, or even out of the demon clan's forest. After all, his speed was fast enough, and it didn't take him too much time to leave the Heavenly Spirit Forest. The Heavenly Spirit Forest, the Demon Spirit Forest, and the Demon Spirit Forest were the same size, so there shouldn't be a big difference between them. Zhuo Xiaoduo was as light as the wind and as fast as lightning. Even though the forest in front of him was getting denser and denser, and the surrounding atmosphere was getting darker and gloomier, he was still calm and composed. He was even a little bit happy about the current atmosphere. The denser the area, the less people there were, and the safer he would be. Naturally, it was worth being happy about. However, the inexplicable, treacherous atmosphere around him was getting thicker and thicker. There seemed to be a commotion in the distance. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted in his heart. Without saying a word, he launched the Tianyuan escape skill and rushed forward at an unprecedented speed. Boom. In the air, a dense turbulence suddenly spread out. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was in the state of galloping, hit an invisible air shield head-on. His speed at the moment was the limit of his body's movement. It could be said that he was extremely fast. Coincidentally, his strength at the moment was also outstanding, and it was difficult for anyone at the same level to match him. With the combination of extreme speed and great strength, he broke the air shield in front of him immediately. No, it should be that it exploded directly. Under the impact, the entire chi barrier was unable to resist at all. It exploded like a bomb. Boom! Inexplicable and extremely unpleasant curses came from all directions. However, in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes, it instantly changed its appearance. Beneath this layer of protection was an illusion array. The original purpose of this illusory formation was to cover everything inside. As long as the illusory formation was still there, it would be no different from the forest outside. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's sudden appearance caused a huge commotion. While countless people were cursing, there were also many people who jumped up in excitement. Got it! Got it! Ha ha ha! This method is indeed effective. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead was filled with black lines. Looking towards the source of the sound, he saw a few demons jumping and shouting. As expected, I knew it. With my spiritual sense, how could I be so careless as to bump into the barrier? Someone was definitely messing with me. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed as he looked at the excited crowd of demons surrounding him. How could he not know that today's matter would not be settled peacefully? He was destined to not be able to leave as smoothly as he had imagined. Everyone. Do you understand? Zhuo Xiaoduo cupped his fists, brimming with the demeanor of a refined gentleman, genial and amiable. Damn! Why does this human speak the same language as us? Sigh. This is so strange, so strange. Damn! This human only has 2 eyes. How ugly! Look at me. I have 13 eyes. 2 noses. 7 ears. How handsome! Damn! I can understand him. I can actually understand him. Is this a human? I've learned something new. So this is what he looks like. It's said that human flesh is fragrant and blood is sweet. Hurry up, let's try it. Let me have the first bite. I'm going to taste it for everyone. Get lost. Do you know where to bite first? What if you break it? You don't understand. If you want to eat a human, you must first pull out the latch below him. This demon was very experienced and said seriously. Really? There's such a thing. Latch? I've never seen it before. I really want to see it. That's right, that's right. Gradually, there were already several thousand of them. There were also many demons in the distance who had heard the news and were rushing over in excitement. Really? Humans? They're here. Let me see, let me see. I finally see a living human today. That's a legendary delicacy. Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead was filled with black lines. Were these demons? This group of people had never seen a human before. At this moment, a dignified voice said, "Everyone, disperse. Disperse. What's with all this noise?" As the demons in front of them parted like waves, 3 demons who were much taller than their peers appeared. The one in front had 3 heads and a total of 21 eyes. Each head had 3 eyes on the left side of the face, 3 on the right side, and 1 eye between the eyebrows. 3721. Yes, that's right. 3721. Each head had 3 noses. From top to bottom, they were small nose, middle nose, and big nose. In total, there were 9 noses. In total, there were 3 mouths. Of course, there were also 18 ears. The 2 on the left and right. Ahem, there was no need to introduce them one by one. Anyway, they looked different. They were all weirdly shaped. The number of eyes, noses, and ears were also different. If their heads were not big enough, how could they fit so many things? The 3 demons stepped out of the crowd. They had big feet and wore animal skins. Their hair was messy, but there was a huge black bear skin on their shoulders. The black bear skin was really big. It was like a cloak on their bodies. At this moment, they actually looked quite stylish. But that was all he had. The leader of the demons with 21 eyes looked at Suoxiaoduo majestically. The 3 mouths opened together and said, "Human, you trespassed into the territory of the demons. Do you know that you're guilty? What are you here for? Why don't you tell us now?" His words were very polite, but the moment he opened his mouth, he labeled Suoxiaoduo as guilty. Suoxiaoduo was not offended. He breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to communicate was the best thing. He cupped his fists and said, "I was lost for a moment and accidentally entered your precious land. Please forgive me." Lost for a moment? The demon's eyes flickered strangely. You were lost for hundreds of thousands of miles. Human, you're very dishonest. Suoxiaoduo coughed and said, "I'm not familiar with this place. I was flustered and lost my way. But it was really an unintentional mistake. I didn't have any bad intentions towards your precious land." The demon couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick the corner of his mouth. He looked like he was drooling. Even though he pretended to be serious and wantonly made up words, the malice in his eyes had already revealed his thoughts. This human is full of nonsense. None of his words can be trusted. The demon said majestically, "Demons, take this person down." Then he said, "I'll taste it first." Before he finished speaking, he was already the first to rush forward. His previous words were filled with certainty and sonorous. He was clearly creating an excuse for himself. In his bones, he was just lusting after Suoxiaoduo's body. These words were all for the people around him to hear. What he meant was, this guy's crime was decided by me. You're not allowed to snatch it. This guy is mine. His entire body is mine. As for what the human in front of him was thinking, was that important? That wasn't important. With a click, the demon opposite had already rushed forward. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He bared his teeth and looked like he was going to swallow Suoxiaoduo whole. Suoxiaoduo frowned. The strength of the current leader of the demons was not considered too high among humans. He was only at the level of nascent soul. And this kind of strength, to Suoxiaoduo, could not even be considered as. "Ha! You want to eat me?" Suoxiaoduo stretched out his hand and caught the demon who was charging at him. He pressed the demon's head on the ground with one hand like a steel claw. Then, he casually rubbed the demon's head on the ground and said while suppressing his anger, "I didn't want to fight with you." Damn, this human is so fierce. The demon next to him shouted, "Hurry up and report it. There's a spy. A human is attacking." Behind him, a demon took something out from behind his butt and blew it. It turned out to be a whistle. Tick, 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 tick. The whistle was blown. The delicacies are right in front of us. The first to move gets it. Everyone, let's attack together. The demon roared as he took out a spiked club. Seeing that the strongest demon was being held down by the human and rubbed against the ground, the demon knew that this guy was not to be trifled with. He instinctively chose to gang up on him. So what if you're strong? One demon can't beat you, but a group of demons can't beat you. There was a saying that went, a real man can't fight his way out of the village. Let's fight together. Hearing this, Zhuxiaoduo's temper flared up. Do you really think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? Murderous intent rose in his heart. This time, he didn't even use the cat spirit sword or the hammer of trial. He just took out the 99 kitty hammer. Two shadows flashed and the two hammers disappeared into the 99 kitty hammer. Two rays of light, one white and one black, entered separately. Bai and Jiu were in place. This meant that the new 99 kitty hammer had appeared for the first time in its strongest state. It should be now. Demon world? Hey! Zhuxiaoduo swung his hammer casually. I just wanted to pass by. I didn't want to kill more people. You bunch of idiots just have to court death. Who can you blame? Boom! The 30 to 40 demons at the front were unable to resist. Without exception, they were all smashed into pieces and flew out. Blood rained down from the sky, and the sky was covered in a bloody mist. You don't even have a space ring. Tell me, how poor are you now? How dare you try to rob me? If I were you, I wouldn't have the courage to live. Boom! Another 30 or so demons were sent flying. Just like the demons before them, their corpses were completely obliterated, and their brains were all on the ground. You want to die? I'll grant you your wish. Chapter 1041. Boom, 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 boom. You're so ugly. You're disgusting. Don't you know that? Zhuxiaoduo was a little angry. Killing all of you will beautify the world. It's a great merit. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuxiaoduo had only moved forward 300 meters, but more than 1,000 demons had already been sent flying. All those that flew out were basically torn apart in midair. Those that were lucky enough to hit the hammerhead directly immediately turned into a rain of blood, scattering around in bits and pieces. Countless demons who had just gathered after hearing the news saw a white light and a bit of black gas in front of them. They couldn't see anyone at all. Finally, they couldn't help but show fear on their faces. How could this human be so cruel? Could it be that all the humans in the outside world are so cruel? Human flesh doesn't taste good at all. For a moment, the whole demon forest was filled with the sound of whistles from all directions. It was extremely urgent and full of panic. The whistles were sharp and piercing, resounding throughout the forest. On the other side, Zhuxiaoduo was rushing forward like a demon god. Wherever he went, the demons couldn't withstand a single blow. Everything that stood in his way, be it the demons or the trees, were all turned into ashes. At this moment, there was a big road that was more than 7,000 meters long behind him. It was wide and spacious. And this road was still going on. In the dense forest, Zhuxiaoduo was advancing bravely. With his own strength, he had forcefully carved out a path to the Sun Pass. As a demon wrote in his memoirs a long time later, there was no road in the world. But since Zhuxiaoduo came, there was a road. It was very wide and fertile. Bang, bang, bang. The big hammer was swung continuously, and the aura of many souls that had fallen were all absorbed into the big hammer. Bai and Jiu, one was eagerly collecting the 3 souls, while the other was excitedly swallowing the 7 souls. Zhuxiaoduo was completely unimpeded. The opponent was too weak, and Zhuxiaoduo did not even feel the impact. There was no pressure at all. All of the demons who dared to surround him were sent flying in the first moment. Too weak. unable to withstand a single blow. You can't even withstand a single blow. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but think. My current image is the god of war. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very complacent. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo cultivated the Zhu Rong primordial fire, his battle prowess was already at the top of the younger generation in the 3 continents. It could be said that under the Skysoar realm, there was no one who could match him. In fact, the vast majority of fairy heavens weren't his match. Now that he had advanced a step further and reached the origin returning realm, his battle prowess had multiplied. Furthermore, with the new 99 kitty hammer in hand, his battle prowess was at its peak. On the other hand, his opponents only had the battle prowess of a nascent soul cultivator, and there weren't many of them. Naturally, they could only be flattened. To put it bluntly, against such an enemy, not to mention 1,000, even if he killed 10,000 or 100,000, for the current Zhuo Xiaoduo, it would still be a piece of cake. It was just a matter of time. But no matter what he thought, he didn't slow down at all. In less than a few breaths of time, another 3 kilometers of road had opened up. Combined with the road in front of him, it was already 10,000 meters of road. Moreover, there was no turning back as he continued to advance forward. In front of him was a verdant and lush barrier, behind him was thick smoke and a mess. This massacre allowed Zhuo Xiaoduo to vent some of the depression in his heart. After being chased and suppressed by the No Alliance for so long, he could finally vent his anger. Today, I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, am the only one who can dominate the No Alliance and defeat the demons. In the distant sky. The poisonous shaman was exhausted as he chased after the demon ancestor Lei Changtian in front of him. He was panting and couldn't help but curse. You're already so old, but you still have so much energy to run. Why don't you slow down a little? In front, Lei Changtian turned a deaf ear to him and ran as fast as he could. Slow down. How dare I slow down? I've lost my grandson. Do you think I'll dare to slow down? If I don't hurry up, my daughter and son-in-law will be here. Now Lei Changtian was really anxious. For several days, he dragged the poisonous shaman and flew around the No Alliance. He had already searched the places where the 8 beams of light landed. Now he was heading to the 9th beam of light. Further away. The Zhu Mang shaman was panting as he followed. His speed was slower than the poisonous shaman and Lei Changtian, but he had to follow. He didn't dare to not follow. Because Lei Changtian had already gone crazy. If there was only the poisonous shaman, it would be impossible to suppress him. At most, it would be a draw. But in this state, the possibility of Lei Changtian self-destructing and dragging the poisonous shaman along was too high. Once it was confirmed that Zhuo Xiaoduo was really gone, Lei Changtian would definitely self-destruct until the end. At that time, if the poisonous shaman was alone, he would definitely be dragged to the grave by Lei Changtian. Therefore, although the Zhu Mang shaman knew that he couldn't catch up, he still had to chase and follow. Even if he was tired to the point of vomiting blood, he still had to chase. When the time came, the two of them could withstand Lei Changtian's self-destruction together. Maybe there was a slight chance. If it really didn't work, he would stand in front of the poisonous shaman and let this guy live. This brother's life was too miserable. He couldn't let him die alone. Therefore, the Zhu Mang shaman risked his life all the way. Originally, it was okay. There was still the West Sea shaman to accompany him. The 3 great shamans joined forces to face the self-destruction of a powerhouse of the same level. Although they would inevitably suffer serious injuries, they wouldn't die. For powerhouses of their level, as long as they didn't die, serious injuries were nothing. But when they chased to the boundary of the West Sea, it seemed that something had happened there, forcing the West Sea shaman to deal with it. This also led to him being the only one left to follow the 2 people in front. Finally, he followed the first 8 places, but the 2 people in front turned around again and went to the 9th place to search. However, this was perhaps another step closer to death. The goal this time was the Heavenly Spirit Forest. After many days of running, the Zhu Mang shaman who was always on guard felt exhausted, physically and mentally. Damn it, he never knew that after becoming a great shaman, he still had to worry about traveling. The two people in front of him were simply using their lives to hurry, and he was using his life to accompany them. Seeing that they weren't far from the place where the icy deep shaman was, the Zhu Mang shaman desperately launched the soul-shaking technique. Come out quickly. Something big has happened. The icy deep shaman who had just finished his seclusion and was stuck at the last checkpoint was suddenly angered by this sudden attack. Damn it! This Zhu Mang must be sick. Ha ha! The icy deep shaman jumped out at the first moment. His clothes were as white as snow, and he had the temperament of an iceberg. He was refined and extraordinary, but the moment he opened his mouth, this temperament was destroyed. He said angrily, Zhu Mang. Look at your pathetic appearance, why are you scaring me? Hurry. Hurry up and catch up. Something is going to happen. The Zhu Mang shaman was almost out of breath. How could he still care about being angry? In front, Lei Changtian and Wu Du may self-destruct at any time. They will die together. Fuck your second uncle. The icy deep shaman was shocked when he heard this. Without saying anything, he ran out of the ice and snow, ignoring the Zhu Mang shaman's follow-up explanation. Don't talk nonsense, I'll hurry up and catch up. Otherwise, it'll be too late. This guy didn't know the cause and effect, or even what had happened. He just ran all the way in a hurry. Wu Du and Lei Changtian were going against each other. That was definitely not a good thing. As he ran, he complained, Wu Du, you idiot. You can't beat him. What's the use of that little poison of yours? The icy deep shaman didn't stop talking and his feet didn't stop. He disappeared in a flash. Behind him, the Zhu Mang shaman, who had run out of breath and was almost out of oil, squatted on a mountain top, panting heavily. Every time he breathed out, there was a faint red air. Tired. I'm so tired. Previously, he had been running as if his life depended on it. He had been running madly for millions of miles in all directions without stopping. He had also been tearing space apart to hasten his journey. From east to west, from west to south, from south to north, from west to east. He had been running in circles without stopping. With Lei Zhangtian's extreme mentality at this moment, in order to guard against the unexpected, Zhu Mang Grand Sorcerer, who always had his heart in his throat, was really physically and mentally exhausted. He couldn't even find the time to take a breath. As long as he stopped to take a breath, the two people in front of him would be able to run away without a trace, and he couldn't even find the direction. Once the two people got out of his sight, what would happen next would be completely beyond the scope of his intervention. However, the Zhu Mang shaman didn't dare to think in a good direction. Even if Lei Changtian self-destructed, even if he didn't take Wu Du with him, only Lei Changtian died, the Zhu Mang shaman wouldn't feel very good in his heart. Well, this is really a conscience to say in private. Lei Zhangtian is really dead, and Zhu Mang Great Witch will feel very uncomfortable in his heart, and he will feel very uncomfortable, and very lost. After all, they were old opponents who had been fighting for so many years, and they had already become enemies and friends. Perhaps when they met on the real battlefield and fought for life and death, they would still kill each other when they got the opportunity. But in the end, no matter who really killed who, it was inevitable that they would think about it from time to time in the rest of their lives. Once they thought about it, they would be unhappy for a long time. Every year, it was common to sweep the other party's grave. This was a very complicated and special emotion that was difficult to understand without personal experience. It was like this for Lei Changtian, not to mention the non-poisonous shaman who had fought side by side for so many years. Once he thought of the extreme result of one of the two people self-destructing and pulling the other one together. How could the Zhu Mang shaman not be afraid? How could he dare to breathe? How could he dare to take it lightly? Chapter 1042. In particular, after going to the place where the 8 beam of light fell, he still couldn't find Zhuo Xiaoduo. The pressure around Lei Changtian was getting lower and lower. Zhu Mang Great Witch felt that something was wrong, but he had been carrying negative emotions for a long time, and it was really difficult for him to continue. After chasing all the way here, he finally got closer to Bing Ming Old Witch. He quickly called him out and asked him to follow him. On the top of the mountain, he breathed heavily like an old ox. He only felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat, and his blood vessels were about to explode. Just a little bit more. Zhu Mang Great Witch was a little lucky, just a little bit more, and I would have become the first Great Witch in history to die of exhaustion. This achievement. This Lei Changtian is really crazy. I hope Bing Ming can persuade him. I hope no one has an accident. Don't really die in this place. Zhu Mang Great Witch gasped hard, trying to adjust his breath to recover, and stuffed medicinal pills into his mouth. Unfortunately, he was nervous all the way, and he didn't even have time to eat medicinal pills. This was not an exaggeration, he really didn't. Because if he really wanted to eat medicinal pills, it was inevitable that he would slow down a little. But once he slowed down and was distracted, he might not be able to keep an eye on the 2 people. Maybe at that moment, Lei Changtian would explode himself. In the face of such a situation, how could Zhu Mang Great Witch dare to stop when the 2 people in front of him were always rushing for their lives? He couldn't even slow down for a moment. After resting for a while, Zhu Mang Great Witch felt that he seemed to have recovered a little strength. He tore the space again and chased out. I have to find another person. Bing Ming is not a bad person, but his mouth can make even a good person die of anger, let alone now. I'm afraid that Lei Changtian will give up being poisonous and turn to fight with Bing Ming. Maybe Lei Changtian didn't want to self-destruct, but he was angered by Bing Ming's words. The current situation isn't any different from before. Icy Nether didn't survive Lei Changtian's self-detonation, so he still can't escape death. If I sacrifice Icy Nether in order to save Du, it's still my fault. And it's a huge fault that I can't take off in this lifetime. Because Icy Nether was summoned by my soul-shaking technique. It's even harder to absolve myself from the blame. I can't even atone for my sins with death. Zhu Mang Great Witch's heart is full of helplessness. Don't talk about the later death, he wants to die now. Why couldn't he go to anyone's territory? Why did he have to come to the Ice Nether? Any one of them would be better than Bing Ming at adjusting the situation and having an EQ, but this guy was the only one who didn't. Why couldn't I hold on a little longer? Why did I call out Bing Ming? Zhu Mang Great Witch dragged his body and saw that it was not too far away from Dan Kong Great Witch. He decided to go to Dan Kong. He was still extremely tired, extremely tired. Hurry up and get Dan Kong out so I can rest at ease. Not to mention that Zhu Mang Great Witch went to find Dan Kong. On the other side, the Ice Nether Great Witch ran all the way, following the spiritual fluctuations in front of him, almost breaking his legs. But after turning in 2 directions, he didn't see anyone. These 2 people are not crazy. In desperation, the Ice Nether Great Witch began to burn the blood of Zhu Wu in his body and chased after them at a double speed, successfully following in the footsteps of Zhu Mang Great Witch. There was no other reason. If he didn't do this, he couldn't catch up at all. The reason why the 2 people in front of him were so fast must be that something big happened. If they were a step late, they might be separated by life and death. The Ice Nether Great Witch not only had the same association as Zhu Mang Great Witch, but also more complicated and terrible than Zhu Mang. Zhu Mang is so tired. God knows what the 2 in front of him are like. Although I didn't feel a strong impact wave, it must be the 2 of them shaking in the most extreme and restrained way. Maybe their brains have been beaten out. I just don't know if it's Du Jiu's brain or Lei Changtian's brain. If I can't catch up, Du Jiu, who is not good at martial arts, will definitely be beaten to a pulp. They don't like me every day, but I can't be unrighteous. I can't just watch them die. I must catch up, I must catch up. The ice nether great witch was anxious and burned his blood to chase after them. He also felt that he was very noble and righteous. For a moment, he even put on a moral halo for himself. He felt that his brothers beat him every day, but at the critical moment, he was still the most desperate. He was already a moral role model. They can't beat him anymore, can they? Maybe they will even praise him when they see him. Finally, he saw the backs of the two in front of him. Lei Changtian was running in front, taking the lead. Du Jiu followed closely behind like a shadow, neither close nor far. Of course, he didn't dare to not follow. For someone like Lei Changtian, once he got rid of the restraints of the Great Witch, if he went crazy in the inner cities of the No Alliance, thousands of miles of land would be a piece of cake. The blood of the Wu people would flow like a river. Such a strong person must be kept in check. And now, the only one who could keep up was himself. Not to mention, he was also the one who caused this matter to go out of control. Du Jiu was already complaining in his heart. I thought it was finally my turn to show up and preside over the big event. Damn it, I did show up, but why did I show up? I didn't take charge, I made a big deal. Did I take charge just to go back and forth in circles around the No Alliance's mainland? Did he use all his strength and speed to run crazily again and again? What was I doing? Fuck. He was tired, but how could Long Tier's sky not be tired? But no matter how tired Lei Changtian was, he didn't dare to stop. Grandson. Where did you go? It's been a few days, I've run to so many places, but I still can't see you. At this moment, even if Lei Changtian ran himself to death on the road, it was impossible for him to stop. He had to get confirmation of Zhuo Xiaoduo's whereabouts. Only then could he call it a temporary stop. No matter how hard it was, no matter how exhausted they were, they didn't stop. However, their speed inevitably became slower and slower. This was also the fundamental reason why the Great Ice Nether Witch was gradually catching up with them. Of course, only the Great Ice Witch could catch up with them. The rest of the experts were still unable to catch up with them. Their so-called slower and slower speed was only relative to the practitioners at the same level as them. The rest of them were still mediocre and insignificant. At this moment, there was a dark forest in front of them. The Ice Nether Witch's entire body was covered with an unparalleled frosty air, and chased after Ji Hao from behind at lightning speed. Hey! The one in front. I'm telling you to, stop, or I'll. When the poisonous witch heard that the icy hell witch had caught up, she immediately let out a sigh of relief. Without saying anything, she stopped in mid-air and almost fell down. She pointed forward and said, "Chase. Chase after him." "Don't." The Great Ice Witch was shocked and said, "What's wrong? Why are you two running like idiots? You're not fighting but running. What's the use of that?" The Great Poison Witch was furious and said intermittently, "Bullshit. Chase after him. This old guy lost his grandson. He's going crazy now." The Great Ice Witch was stunned. His grandson is lost? His grandson? Isn't his grandson Zhuo Changchang's son? Lost? So what if he's lost? What's the big deal? Besides, we didn't lose him. Lost? He's lost. Stop talking nonsense. The Great Poison Witch was out of breath. Chase after him quickly. This old thing is about to go crazy. It didn't matter if she said it quickly. The Great Ice Witch's mind was spinning. Zhuo Changchang's son, Lei Changtian's grandson, is lost. Why the fuck do we have to help find him? What the fuck is this? This isn't right. Isn't Zhuo Changchang's son? Fuck. The Great Ice Witch suddenly shouted, "Fuck." The Great Poison Witch? The Great Ice Witch jumped up in the air, her eyes staring straight and her face pale. Fuck his old ass. That kid, lost. Lost. Lost? Whoosh. Before the great poison which fell, the great ice which couldn't catch her breath and fell from the sky like a meteorite. Fuck you. The great poison which was furious. Look at the situation now, can you fucking be more serious? I'm as tired as a sock, but I didn't fall. Why did you fall? Why are you so weak? Who? A figure flashed, and the ice abyss which once again rushed up, her face immediately pale. Did Lei Zhangtian lose his grandson? Sua Changcheng's son is missing. Did you inform Boss Flood? Yeah. Well, why should I inform Boss Flood? Lei Changtian isn't worth it. Fuck. The great ice witch turned and ran, chasing after Lei Changtian and yelling, "You fucking don't know anything, fuck off." After saying these few words, he disappeared without a trace. He actually spurred his horse even faster to chase after Chu Yang. Her speed was even faster than before. Obviously, the great ice witch was really going all out this time. The great poison witch was confused. What was going on? Why did the great poison witch seem to be more anxious than Lei Changtian? And why did she inform Boss Flood? How could this have anything to do with Boss Flood? There was something wrong with the great poison witch's brain. Forget it, let the great poison witch worry about it. I don't care. I'll take a few breaths first. Only then did the non-poisonous shaman grab the pills. Like eating beans, he kept stuffing them into his mouth, chewing them in handfuls with crunching sounds. Then, he took out some spiritual water and gulped it down his throat. I fucking give up. This thing. I was almost dragged to death by the old devil. Cough, let me say it weakly, ticket. Chapter 1043. Thinking of the 10 pillars of light that rushed up, the non-poisonous shaman was even more furious. His entire body was filled with a sense of powerlessness. That was Zhu Wu Zhurong's handiwork. He couldn't track it at all and could only rely on his senses. And the most amazing thing was, these 10 beams of light had all landed in the most uninhabited and desolate places. In other words, no one would be able to send a message after discovering it. What's more, those places were so remote that there was no signal at all. Another problem with this kind of location was that they could only wait for the 10 kids to walk out by themselves or wait for others to find them, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Only then could they be considered to have regained contact. How many tens of thousands of years have you left this world? It's all thanks to you that you could find such a remote place. The non-poisonous witch kept complaining about Zhu Wu Zhurong in his heart. The first time he found Kami no Su, he realized it wasn't Sua Xiaoduo. Lei Changtian turned and left. The non-poisonous witch had no choice but to follow. He didn't even dare to say a word to Kami no Su. He just yelled at him to get lost and then found Shaja for the second time. Swoosh. 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 There was no time to catch his breath. The non-poisonous witch felt that his legs had become thin after running for a few days. Other than the West Sea, he went to all the other 8 places. Then, he finally came to this side of Heavenly Spirit Forest. The reason why this was the last stop was naturally because the beam of light in this direction was the furthest. If he came in this direction first, it would be the most time-consuming to go back and forth. It was also the least likely to come here because compared to the landing point of Kami no Su and the others in Heavenly Spirit Forest, it was almost 3 times the distance. What's more, as long as it didn't reach the Heavenly Spirit Forest, it could be said that there were many cities along the way. In other words, if it landed here, it could be said that it was the easiest to be discovered out of the 10 beams of light. Lei Changtian naturally knew this as well. After all, he had dealt with the Wu people for so many years, so he had some understanding of the geography. However, after looking in all directions and confirming that it was not Sua Xiaoduo, the two of them had no choice but to rush over. A few days had passed since then. Whether it was Lei Zhangtian or the great shaman, they were all exhausted. Lei Changtian was in front, and he didn't care about anything else. He could only focus on rushing towards the last location. His goal was naturally the heavenly spirit forest. The great icy hell witch, who was chasing after them, once again sped up and yelled, "Old devil! Old devil, let me tell you. Stop, I have something to say. It's very important." Lei Changtian had no interest in listening to the great icy hell witch's nonsense. Naturally, he turned a deaf ear to her and continued to search in front of her. His eyes were red. If he couldn't find his grandson, or if he met with misfortune, Lei Changtian felt that he would be angered to death by himself. How could there be a grandfather like you in the world? You threw your grandson into the enemy's territory, and then he disappeared, or even died prematurely. Hehe, if this matter spreads out, Lei Changtian will definitely become famous again. I will become famous again after my daughter was chased away by my elder brother. I will become the laughingstock of thousands of generations. Most importantly, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to close his eyes. This was too shameful. To the point where he died with his eyes open. The great icy hell which didn't consume a lot of energy like before. She moved quickly and quickly came to Lei Changtian's side. She said anxiously, "Old devil, this matter. Don't worry, it will be fine. This place is not for you to act rashly. You have to believe me, I am on your side. We are relatives." Boom. Lei Changtian didn't allow her to explain. He hit the great icy hell witch with his palm and said in a low voice, "Shut up." The great icy hell witch grimaced. "Old devil. I'm telling you, don't be unreasonable with me. When it comes to being unreasonable, it's not your turn to be unreasonable in this world. Back then, Before her voice died away, a violent aura suddenly rose from Lei Changtian's body. It was the prelude to self-explosion. Lei Changtian's face also became ferocious. "If I really can't find him, I will take one of the great witches away. Consider it my contribution to the astral souls. How about you?" "Wait." The great icy hell witch's face changed and her voice changed. She shook her head and waved her hands. "I'm scared, ha ha ha. Don't be impulsive. You are unreasonable, but you are more unreasonable than me. Don't be impulsive, okay?" As she spoke, she quickly retreated dozens of meters and said with a kind face, "I came here to accompany you to find him. You have to believe me, I am really here to help you. I won't lie. I am on your side. If I lie to you, I will be struck by lightning. I will give birth to a son without an anus. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive." Lei Changtian looked at her suspiciously and narrowed his eyes. "You are so kind. Why should I believe you? As long as you don't be impulsive, we can talk about anything. That kid is such a big living person. How can he be lost? Since he didn't appear in the first 9 places, then he must have landed here. Isn't this a sure thing? Let's find him together. How can we not find him? Who are we?" The great icy hell witch said, "Look carefully at the woods below and see if there is a little trace." As she spoke, she pointed casually. Lei Changtian turned his head and looked. Speaking of which, it was really a coincidence that the direction that the icy deep witch casually pointed at was really the direction that Zhuo Xiaoduo had rushed down. Although it had been healed by the vitality of the people, it could not be completely restored in just a few days. Therefore, there was a passage that rushed down from above. Lei Changtian's eyes lit up. "Yes, it is here." As he spoke, he glanced at the great icy hell witch. This guy's eyes were really good. He found it as soon as he arrived. "My mind is in a mess. I didn't even find such an obvious thing. Fortunately, he came." The great icy hell witch was stunned and confused. "I just pointed casually and he found it." That's good, that's good. I have shown my kindness first. At least I don't have to be used as a scapegoat. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back, and his mind calmed down a little. Then, he cursed the great witch Zhu Mang in his heart. This son of a bitch is really not a good thing. I knew this guy was up to no good. Sure enough. He called me out with the soul-shaking technique, and he actually used me as a scapegoat. This old devil in front of me has obviously reached the point where he has completely lost his mind. He is like a bag of explosives that has been ignited. Whoever ran into this old man would have to follow him and explode as well. At this time, Zhu Mang, called me out and pointed casually, "Go quickly. Go to your second uncle." Then, I came here stupidly. If I didn't know that Zhuo Xiaoduo had a relationship with Boss Flood and really wanted to help, wouldn't I be in a life or death situation? I was framed so badly that I couldn't close my eyes. If I can go back alive this time, I will call my sister and my brother-in-law to kill this bastard Zhu Mang. When did he offend you? As for framing me like this. The Great Witch was so angry that his liver was swollen. I usually didn't offend you, Zhu Mang. I just made a lot of jokes. You can't take a joke. He was cursing in his heart, but he had a smile on his face. He followed Lei Changtian and flew down. After all, Zhuo Xiaoduo had to be found no matter what. If this brat is really dead, Lei Zhangtian will probably take me along with him. I'm afraid that even Big Brother Flood will go berserk. He prayed as he searched. Little ancestor. Don't die. Even if you really want to die, wait for me to drag Zhu Mang over. After you die with me. I'm too innocent. Who did I offend? I'm really kind, full of kindness. A kind person like me. There are traces here. It had to be said that when the demon ancestor was in a mess, the Great Witch was clear-headed and acted as a guide. He was quite competent. The most important thing was that he was sincerely helping and was very careful and meticulous. In fact, the Great Witch felt that this was the most careful and meticulous thing he had ever done in his life. The two of them followed the directions Zhuo Xiaoduo had rushed in and searched all the way to Heavenly Spirit Forest. Behind them, the Great Witch, who finally caught his breath, put his attention on the demon ancestor Bing Ming. However, when he looked ahead and tried to search again, he couldn't find the direction the two of them went. Damn, where did they go? How did they disappear completely in such a short time? The Great Witch couldn't help but feel numb. Although he knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo must be at the last place and also knew the approximate landing point of Zhuo Xiaoduo, there was a forest in front of him that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. Where could he find them in such a vast place? It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. You guys. Especially Bing Ming, why don't you think about letting out a long roar from time to time? Even scolding a few times would be good. You guys are so opportunistic when two old enemies are together. Whispering all the way. You guys haven't made a single sound for so long. You guys didn't discuss going to sleep together, did you? You should at least give me a mental wave. What the fuck is going on here? He finally got someone to help him, but it turned out to be someone with a brain full of tofu dregs. This is really making me worried sick. The Great Witch stood in the air in a daze, looking here and there. He didn't know where to go. Then, he suddenly frowned. There. Seems to be movement over there. He turned his head and listened in another direction, but it was hard to confirm. However, it was just a small sound. How could he give it up like he had discovered a new continent? He flew over with a whoosh. He flew thousands of miles away from the direction demon ancestor Bing Ming went. Finally, he heard it clearly. There seemed to be a battle over there. The non-poisonous shaman's current location was still very far from the battle site, but the battle there was really very intense. The earth-shaking fluctuations could already be felt from here. Damn, don't tell me those two are fighting. The Great Witch flew over anxiously. Chapter 1044. Isn't this the territory of the demons? Why are they fighting here? Don't get me involved. The non-poisonous shaman was speechless. Back then, this place was considered a forbidden area for the Wu people. It was said that their ancestors had some kind of agreement with the demons. Boss Flood even said that as long as the demons don't come out, we won't bother with them. Most importantly, we can't go in. This was the main rule written in the Iron Rule of the Wu people. But now that they were fighting in this forbidden area, wouldn't it be a big mess? Damn you, Bing Ming. Lei Changtian doesn't know any better. Don't you know the severity of the situation? I'd better hurry over. Whether it's troublesome or not can wait. I'll go over and see if I can persuade him. If I can't, I'll join forces with Bing Ming and beat this old thing to death. I'm going to die from running all the way. The non-poisonous shaman flew toward the demon forest with a cloud of black smoke. Zhou Xiaoduo ran all the way, swinging his hammers as he flew forward. Wherever he went, flesh and blood flew. He was invincible. He didn't use his ultimate state anymore. On one hand, maintaining that state for a long time consumed a lot of energy. On the other hand, the demons in front of him were only a so-so. Using that ultimate power was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. He just needed to get used to that state and get a general understanding of the combat power in that state. There was no need to waste it. Thirdly, there were a lot of enemies in front of him, but that was all. He could make use of them to test what he had comprehended during this period of time over and over again in the form of actual combat. During this period of time, his cultivation had progressed too fast, and there was no one to spar with him. His foundation wasn't stable. It was a good opportunity to spar with these demons. He could cram in some basic knowledge. Thousand Soul Hammer, Wind and Rain Hammer, Mountain River Hammer, Sun Moon Hammer, and Yin Yang Hammer were used one by one. Zhou Xiaoduo had no pity for the demons in front of him, and he wouldn't show them any mercy. She would be a saint if she were to show mercy to a race that she was drooling over. Furthermore, she would be a saint who had no bottom line at all. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that it was impossible for him to be that kind of bitch. Absolutely impossible. This journey was naturally filled with bloodshed. Along the way, there was no fluctuation in his heart at all. In his eyes, all living beings were monsters that devoured humans. Not only did he not feel the slightest bit of guilt by killing them, he was even afraid that he would harm the common people if he didn't kill them. It was better to just kill them now. As he charged forward, the only thing he felt was that it was too easy in the beginning. There were no obstacles at all, and he just smashed his way through. After a while, the pressure lessened a little. It seemed that the other side had sent out some of their higher-level forces. However, they weren't really a hindrance. They just had to continue attacking like crazy. They were still sent flying and shattered one after another. After a while, the pressure increased again. However, it did not matter. He could still deal with it. Now, he finally felt the pressure. However, it was still okay. He could still deal with it. That was, his speed was slightly affected, and he slowed down a little. However, he still pushed forward and destroyed everything in his path. Pushing forward and attacking fiercely all the way, Zhou Xiaoduo's mood became more and more comfortable. He couldn't help but think of the legends in the novels where he took the head of a general from an army of millions. He couldn't help but feel proud. With my current cultivation, if I were to go to war in ancient times, it would be a piece of cake for me to go in and out of an army with thousands of horses. I don't even need to use horses. Isn't that better than those peerless generals? Or even more? Oh yeah. The current atmosphere was simply too much of a bully. It was simply exhilarating. It was a climax. As for the angry shouts of the demons who had just arrived, what did their shouts have to do with me? I'll just ignore them and turn a deaf ear to them. You've already said that you want to eat me. You're craving for my body. You want to swallow me whole. How can I not resist? How can I not fight back? What I'm doing is real and proper. It's the most legitimate form of self-defense no matter where I am. Everyone has already established an irreconcilable opposition. If I don't fight back, I'll be sending myself to the tiger's mouth. Let's say that I've already killed so many of you. In this situation, if I really stop, you'll only swarm me and swallow me whole. How can you reconcile with me? That's impossible. It'll be the biggest joke in the world. Since it's impossible, what's the point of talking about it? Just do it. Do it to the end. So far, Zhuo Xiaoduo had pushed forward a super long distance of 50,000 meters. Behind him, there was a long road of 50 kilometers. It was very stable and solid. It was stained with blood. Along the way, screams not only rose and fell one after another, but they were so loud that it was like a tsunami. Behind Zhuo Xiaoduo, it was completely clean. Surprisingly, no demons dared to sneak up on him from behind. On both sides, there were many demons who were still in shock. Looking at the smoke and dust in front of them, they were dumbfounded. Their legs and stomachs were cramping. Are humans really so cruel? It's completely different from what's recorded in the novels and legends. Just this bald-headed fellow has already killed tens of thousands of us. Furthermore, he's still as lively as a dragon and lively as a tiger. There's no sign of fatigue at all. Even his speed hasn't decreased in the slightest. Could it be that he can continue killing? Kill tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people? At first, the Soul Transformation Commander was sent flying. Then, the Huayun Commander was sent flying. Then, the Royal God Commander was sent flying as well. Then, the Gue Xian Commander was sent flying as well. In total, a large number of people were sent flying. Just now, the three sky-soaring commanders attacked together. Originally, everyone thought that it was enough. At least, they wouldn't be sent flying again. But who would have thought that the three sky-soaring commanders still couldn't escape the fate of being sent flying. What the fuck? This human. How can he be so cruel to such an incomprehensible extent? Is it because this human is too cruel, or is it because all humans are so cruel? There's no need for all humans to be so cruel. As long as there's a small portion of humans who are at this level, it seems like there's no way for us demons to survive. Look, that human is still rushing out. The three sky-soaring commanders working together still have no effect on him. It's meaningless. This. It's probably because our knowledge is too shallow. How could we have imagined that a battle could be so cruel? Looking at the countless demons that had already turned into minced meat on the ground, countless demons began to ponder in their hearts. Humans are so cruel. Do we still want to go out? Can we really return to our former glory? However, the higher-ups of the demon race naturally wouldn't let this go. In fact, after killing to his heart's content, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had killed to his heart's content, had already encountered enough resistance to stop him. The dozen or so devil race experts at the front joined forces and attacked together. With a loud explosion, the dozen or so devil race Skysoar realm experts were sent flying just like before. There were no exceptions. The only difference was that although these dozen or so sky-soaring realm demons were all vomiting blood, none of them had truly died. In other words, these demons were all injured, but none of them had lost their lives. And this was already an unprecedented huge improvement. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo also felt an unprecedented resistance. He was no longer unstoppable. The strength of the three demon experts was especially impressive when facing Zhuo Xiaoduo. It made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel that what he was facing was no longer a group of demons that he could kill easily, but a mountain. A mountain. A mountain. Zhuo Xiaoduo changed his move, Storm Hammer of the 8 Directions, and still managed to repel the 15 demon experts. However, his momentum had finally stopped. He had no choice but to squint his eyes and focus on the front. The originally restrained Zhu Rong True Fire seemed to have felt the influence of the battle outside. It took the initiative to circulate, as if it was eagerly waiting to be used by Zhuo Xiaoduo. It was eager to go out and fight. It had been silent for too long. The previous massacre was just a drop in the ocean. It was not enough to reach the apex. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that his dantian was filled with true origin. The fire attribute's spiritual energy seemed to be about to explode at any time. He felt that he could fight his way to the 9 heavens, without stopping, without stopping. It was as if there was a voice in his head that kept telling him, "Fuck. Why did you stop? Go ahead. Go ahead." If he did not have this impulse, Zhuo Xiaoduo might have really continued to rush forward. However, this sudden and inexplicable impulse made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel strange. He felt that something was wrong. This Zhu Rongtru fire's enthusiasm for fighting was too high. One should act according to one's ability when fighting a battle. How could he continue to be reckless? Therefore, he simply stopped. Activating the elemental flame magic, Ji Hao calmed down the agitated Zhu Rongtru fire, then secretly made up his mind that he would not use the Zhu Rongtru fire unless he could use it in the future. He would wait until he had absolute control over the fire, then he would do anything else. He was not afraid of its power being too strong. He was also not afraid of overusing it. He now had endless power. However, he was afraid that it would become a habit. If he got used to it, it would be terrible. Zhuo Xiaoduo really did not expect that the Zhu Rongtru fire, which was known as the leader of all flames, would have such a wild side. This might be in line with the effect of the fire attribute absolute hypnosis technique, but it was not in line with Zhuo Xiaoduo's fighting style, which was to fight steadily and surely. Zhu Rongtru fire's fighting style was to not care about his own life, nor about the lives of others. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's fighting style was to not only take the lives of others, but also his own. It sounded like they had the same meaning. However, after careful consideration, the two were not the same. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt this impulse and could not help but have a vague guess. The reason why Zhu Wu Zhu Rong had such a temper in the past was that he was influenced by this Zhu Rongtru fire. Imperceptible influence, habit becomes second nature, and naturally. If I end up like that. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but shudder. I am still a small shrimp now. How can I be so reckless? This chapter is written a little wrong. I will think about it tonight. Should I continue this line? If it doesn't work, I will revise it. After revising it, I will tell everyone to read it again. Chapter 1045. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's mentality. When he was able to enter the Dao and become a martial artist, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt gratified and elated. Finally, he could protect the people around him, and he felt that he was invincible. However, when he broke through to the martial master realm, Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly positioned himself as a small shrimp in the Jianghu. And this position had not changed even until now. Yes, I'm just a small shrimp. There are countless experts in the world. I can't be impulsive, I can't act rashly, I can't cause a ruckus. I need to be safe, and I need to be safe. If it's not a sure thing, and if it doesn't involve personal safety, I won't act rashly. All the way to core nascent, soul transformation, cloud transformation, divine reigning, and mysterious returning. Zhuo Xiaoduo's original intention had not changed. He firmly believed that he was a weak shrimp in his bones. At most, he was a shrimp that was stronger than other shrimps. If there was a slight disturbance, he would turn around and run. Safety first. This was the true Zhuo way of doing things and fighting. Human. In front of him, a demon race Skysoar realm expert spat out blood. His eyes were filled with extreme shock as he angrily said, "Why did you come to our demon race's territory and slaughter our people? Our demon race has been living in seclusion here for millions of years, and we haven't come out to the world. We haven't been tainted by any karma or hatred, and we haven't done anything to the human race. Why did you kill us so viciously?" Zhuo Xiaoduo impatiently said, "Nonsense my ass. If you didn't want to eat me and covet this daddy's body, this daddy wouldn't be interested in fighting with you guys. Do you think this daddy didn't want to treat you with respect from the start? You demons were the ones who attacked first, do you know that? This daddy isn't a sitting duck. Fuck, are you going to fight or not? If you're not going to fight, then get out of the way. This daddy is too lazy to reason with you guys. Eat you. This demon race Skysoar realm expert was shocked. Who would want to eat such a murderous star? Wasn't this the same as courting death? Coveting his body. Was this death god's body something that could be coveted so casually? He couldn't help but be filled with anger. He was angry at this human, but even more angry at his people. What kind of thing did you guys provoke? With just one word, tens of thousands of clansmen had died. Who said that? Where is he? Although he was asking, he was clear that given how vicious and merciless this human was, that demon who said that he wanted to eat him would have been killed in the first instant. At the side, a demon race Skysoar staggered to his feet. His face was as pale as paper, and 2 of the 13 eyes on his head had been destroyed. Black blood was flowing out from his eyes. He said fiercely, "Our demon race is not an unreasonable race. You only need to tell us your identity and show us your cultivation. Then, no matter how blind the demon race is, they will not deliberately make enemies and seek their own deaths. After all, there are rules for the strong. Why do we have to kill you?" Zhuo Xiaoduo swung his pendulum innocently. That's right, the strong have their own rules. Aren't I just showing a little bit of my cultivation? But you guys are still unwilling to let me off. You have to believe me. I'm really just revealing a little bit of my cultivation base. It's just a small test. Looking behind Zhuo Xiaoduo, at the 30 to 40,000 meters long bloody alley, the few demon race experts were so angry that their chests felt stuffy. You call this showing a little bit of your cultivation base? Just a small test. You want to slaughter tens of thousands of people just by showing a little bit of your cultivation base? If you want to start a massacre, are you going to kill every last one of the demon race? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just tell me, do you still want to fight today or not? If you don't, I'll leave. If you want to continue, just say the word. I've always adhered to this principle. Since I've already made my move, I won't use my mouth anymore. Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted. He was very clear in his heart that now that things had reached this point, there was no way he could just let this matter go. Since that was the case, he would fight until the sky and earth were turned upside down first. On the other side, the 15 demon race Skysoar realm experts had a fierce look in their eyes. Just as Zhuo Xiaoduo thought, now that things had reached this point, there was no way they would just let it go. The reason why they spoke was because they were shocked by Zhuo Xiaoduo's strength. They knew that if they continued to fight, even they would not be able to escape death, so they wanted to stall for time. But it was obvious that the other party was not fooled. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo raise his hammers again, the 15 demon race experts shouted at the same time. Heavenly Demon Formation. The 15 demon race experts suddenly rotated together, and at the same time, 3 more demon race experts flew out and joined in. In an instant, the 18 demon race experts each took a side and moved in an orderly manner. What followed was a surge of demon chi that covered the sky and earth. In an instant, the area within a radius of 300 meters was covered by the demon chi. All of the devilish beings within a radius of over a kilometer were sent flying in unison, and all of them lost their footing in unison. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like the whisper of a nightmare slowly rang out. Demon ancestor above, demon god bears witness. 18 heavenly demons, step into the world once more. In the distance, a large group of demon race experts was rushing over. Coincidentally, their leader was Mo Shizhou, who had just gone to the Wan Mingxing side. Seeing this scene, he subconsciously stopped. It's the 18 heavenly demon formation. What kind of powerful enemy is attacking? why would they need to set up a heavenly demon formation? Could it be that someone at the level of a general or higher from the Wu people is here? In the end, this was the continent that belonged to the Wu people. Naturally, they could only think of the Wu people as the first choice. It's not the Wu people, it's a human. He's using 2 hammers. That's fierce, too fierce. One of the demon race experts was still in a state of shock. As he explained the current situation, he gradually became incoherent due to the fear in his heart. Let's see. Mo Shirjio's expression was abnormally heavy. How could something like this happen at such a time? Was it a coincidence, or was it a warning from the heavens? But the 18 heavenly demon formation, which had been dormant for countless years, had reappeared. Furthermore, it was set up by 18 low-level Skysor experts. Yet, it still couldn't take down this human. Just who was this human? How could he be so strong? Zhuo Xiaoduo was instantly drawn into the heavenly demon formation. His vision suddenly turned dark, and for a moment, he felt like he was going blind. He simply closed his eyes. Then, a ball of white light and a streak of black chi danced in the air. The twin hammers spun, and the wind and rain intertwined. Boom! 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 Numerous devils formed by devil chi screamed shrilly as they rushed over from all directions. Zhuo Xiaoduo hammered one demon at a time. Various hammer techniques and ingenious moves were displayed one by one. One by one, he integrated them into the actual battle. He wasn't in a hurry. Ever since the appearance of the Skysor realm demon, Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that today was not going to end peacefully. Thus, he chose to fight steadily and surely. He practiced all of his hammer techniques in actual battle and mastered them through a comprehensive study. The Skysor realm was definitely not the end. He had to be prepared. If he could increase his strength, then so be it. When the time came and he confirmed that he couldn't win, then it wouldn't be too late to enter the spatial extermination pagoda. At the very least, he had to test his current cultivation and strength. The twin hammers were covered in white light and black chi. The wind was so shrill that it sounded like the cries of ghosts. In the blink of an eye, several hundred moves had passed. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still immersed in his comprehension. The twin hammers spun, and various ingenious moves emerged one after another. Gradually, he mastered them through a comprehensive study. On the other hand, the 18 Skysor realm demon experts were drenched in sweat, unable to continue. This brat is too tough. I can't bite him, I can't bite him. His twin hammers. At least in the eyes of the 18 Skysor realm demon experts, he was another the Flood Witch. They were as heavy as a mountain, and they would die if they were hit or grazed. Yet, in the hands of this brat, they were as light as a piece of grass. He was able to wield them as if they were part of his body. How deep did his cultivation have to be able to wield them so effortlessly? Up until now, he had continuously used the hammers to smash out 130 li. To think that he still had so much strength left. This was simply inconceivable. It was beyond the understanding of the demon experts. Little did they know that Zhuo Xiaoduo was only practicing. The so-called lack of strength was not within Zhuo Xiaoduo's consideration. He didn't even think about it. Exhausted? I'm not afraid to tell you that I haven't used any strength yet. Not to mention that I still have many spirit herbs, limitless vitality, and the heaven-mending stone that I haven't used yet. Finally, the 18 Sky Demon Great Formation that had been pushed to the limit pushed the demonic chi to another level. Within the endless hidden demonic chi, tens of thousands of demonic chi appeared from all directions. Accompanied by twinkling starlight, they all pounced down. In the sky, a huge demonic chi image formed. The 18 Sky Demon Soul Extinguishing Formation has finally reached the limit of demonic chi. Mo Shirjio heaved a sigh of relief. At this point, no matter how strong the humans inside were, they were destined to be unable to resist the demonic chi. Because at this stage, the strength of the 18 Skysoar realm experts would increase by 1-fold along with the appearance of the devil soul. Everyone's strength would increase by 1-fold. Although they hadn't reached the point where the demonic chi would appear, at this point, it was more than enough to deal with the majority of the enemies. At this moment, following a loud roar, Zuo, who was surrounded by the demon soul extinguishing formation, roared. At this moment, Zuo's body spun rapidly and retracted the hammers. Taking advantage of the momentum, he pointed the hammers in his left hand to the sky and his right hand to the ground. A never-before-seen demonic chi that was a mixture of water and fire suddenly appeared. As if responding to the demonic chi, the gates of hell suddenly appeared with a hum. Countless Een spirits and malicious ghosts rushed out with bared fangs and brandished claws. Shrieking, they rushed towards the demon soul extinguishing formation. The two hammers turned into a destructive hurricane that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Boom! The strongest attack of the 18 Sky Demon Great Formation collided head-on with the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Zuo habitually swung the 99 hammers in a row. The water tank-sized hammers were swung so hard that not even a drop of water could escape. At this moment, Zuo was like a demon that had suddenly descended into the world. Chapter 1046. Boom boom boom. A series of blood-curdling screams sounded. The 18 flying demons were all sent flying at the same time, spitting out blood. Some of them even began to spit out their crushed organs in midair. There were also 2 who had just flown out. Their bodies were already torn apart in a strange manner in midair because they could not bear the weight. They disintegrated and scattered in all directions. Clang! Zuo landed on the ground, and his 2 hammers collided with a crisp sound. His aura suddenly soared, and he laughed maniacally. Who else? Who else? Come up and accept your death. Zuo let out a wild laugh. Without saying anything, he strode forward with his twin hammers. His aura was ferocious, and his aura was monstrous. For a moment, his aura was unparalleled, and he exuded an aura of invincibility. In front of him, hundreds of demon tribe elites were intimidated by his aura, and they all involuntarily took a step back. Zuo resolutely strode forward with his long legs. On each side of him was a hammer the size of a water tank, reflecting the shiny bald head in the middle. It was like a third hammer, similarly sparkling, just that it was smaller. As he walked, he felt that it was a pity. There were so many demons here, and they were all my providence points. However, now was not the time. If there were fewer enemies, he would have an easier time. With a plan in mind, he would definitely be able to obtain more providence points. However, under the current circumstances he was surrounded by the entire demon tribe, and if he still wanted to stall for time, he would die of exhaustion even if he reached the Tao integration stage. Every time I kill someone, there will always be people who will question me. I don't know. Therefore, every time something like this happens, I can add these words and the words in brackets. After all, I have to clear up their doubts. I have to say, I'm quite familiar with these words. I'm just waiting for the comments to say, why don't you know? Therefore, I'll copy the next chapter. Ha 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 ha. Zuo roared into the sky. Why don't you go out and ask around? Who am I? Who dares to provoke me, Zuo, in the 3 continents? Astral souls don't dare, and neither do the Tao tribe. The Wu people especially don't dare. Zuo laughed wildly. Remember my name, I am Zuo. Left means left, half of the sky is my left. Small, that's right. How could I find this piece of sky small? A lot means a lot of people who aren't afraid of a lot of people. Got it. Zuo shouted like a thunderclap. Many of the demons with average cultivation bases in the surroundings were actually shaken to the point that their ears were buzzing. They almost went deaf, and a few of them even fell to the ground. There was another guy whose mind was taken away, but he actually responded instinctively, "Got it." She immediately came back to her senses. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. She instinctively covered her face. Opposite. Mo Shurjo snorted and strode forward. "How impressive," he said coolly. Zhuo Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Suddenly, he asked, "You're Mo Shurjo?" Mo Shurjo was stunned. "How do you know me?" "I knew your name the moment you walked out." Zhuo Xiaoduo pointed his hammer at the sky and said, "I can communicate with the heavenly Tao, and it's easy for me to see through heaven and earth." "What's the point of knowing your name?" Mo Shurjo's brain wasn't very good to begin with, so he was shocked. "What? You can communicate with the heavenly Tao? See through heaven and earth?" "That's right." Zhuo Xiaoduo said coldly, "Mo Shurjo, you demons are at a critical juncture, and you're worried about your future. Why do you have to provoke a powerful enemy like me at this time? You're making an unparalleled enemy for no reason. You're so stupid." Mo Shurjo was even more shocked. Huh? He knew about this critical juncture, and his future. This Zhuo Xiaoduo stepped forward, staring into Mo Shurjo's eyes. "I think you won't be able to escape the fate of being killed by your boss this time." Mo Shurjo couldn't help but take a step back and look into the depths of the forest. "You? How do you know us so well?" Zhuo Xiaoduo moved his divine sense, and Bai ran into his left eye and Jiu into his right eye. Suddenly, the two eyes were black and white. It was so strange that Mo Shurjo's eyes widened in shock. "Fuck. These eyes. So scary." Zhuo Xiaoduo stepped forward and looked at Mo Shurjo with his black and white eyes. "The heavenly Tao is above. Heaven and earth can see through heaven and earth. What do I not know?" Mo Shurjo's mind was a mess. The demons who died at my hands were all destined to face this calamity. Zhuo Xiaoduo said indifferently. "Today, I've come to eliminate your calamity out of goodwill. How dare you be rude to me, Mo Shurjo?" Mo Shurjo's mind was completely muddled. Eliminate calamity. Goodwill. That's right. Eliminate calamity. It's goodwill. Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted, "Mo Shurjo. Here." Mo Shurjo was famous for his lack of brain. He had been ordered around by his bosses countless times, so when he heard his name being shouted, he instinctively responded. "Get out of the way." "Yes. Get out of the way." Mo Shurjo immediately stood aside. Zhuo Xiaoduo strode past him, his black and white eyes looking straight ahead. It wasn't until Zhuo Xiaoduo had walked a few dozen steps away that Mo Shurjo suddenly felt that something was wrong. He scratched his head and suddenly flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a whoosh, he took out his mace. "Who are you?" "I am the heavenly Tao." Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't finish his sentence. Suddenly, a furious voice came from the depths of the forest. "Mo Shurjo. You idiot." Mo Shurjo looked in the direction of the voice, confused. He tightened his grip on his mace and said hesitantly, "This. Can he really communicate with the heavenly Tao and lure you out?" "Bullshit. Communicate with the heavenly Tao my ass." The voice was so angry that it was about to vomit blood. "Stop him. Take him down." There was a whistling sound. Obviously, a large number of demon experts were rushing over. Hearing this, Mo Shurjo shivered and roared, "Stop right there. Stop." How could Zhuo Xiaoduo possibly stop? As soon as he walked past Mo Shurjo, he immediately moved at his highest speed, using the Tianyuan escape technique. He rushed out thousands of feet like a bolt of lightning and continued to accelerate. How could Mo Shurjo not know that he had fallen into a trap? He was so angry that smoke rose from his head. He chased after him. Despicable and shameless. Stop right there. You. How do you know my name? Demonic clouds surged ahead. An angry voice cursed, trash. It was obviously not cursing Zhou Xiaoduo. Then an earth-shattering boom came from the front. The Thousand Souls nightmare hammer that Zhou Xiaoduo had mustered all his strength collided with the devil in front of him. Boom! The space shattered, and the shockwaves were clear and obvious. The demon race expert on the opposite side let out a muffled groan and took 3 steps back. Zhou Xiaoduo also grunted and staggered back more than 10 steps. He was shocked. It was obvious that the other party was a Skysore realm expert. That kind of power was too obvious. However, he was different from the Skysore realm experts of the demon race. The previous 18 were all sent flying by Zhou Xiaoduo alone. But this one was much stronger. He should be an advanced Skysore realm expert, or at the peak. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little depressed and quickly came to a conclusion. No wonder when Sister Nian asked the 9 Heavens Pavilion for advice, they said that Skysores were different from Skysores. The difference was too big. An expert of this level was indeed extraordinary. As soon as they exchanged blows, Zhou Xiaoduo's unstoppable momentum was forcibly stopped. Although Zhou Xiaoduo suffered a setback for the first time, he didn't panic. While retreating, he took advantage of the opportunity to create a big whirlwind. The 2 hammers spun around twice with a strange roar, and the 20 or so demons who wanted to take advantage of the situation were beaten into a dazzling firework. The power of a mountain. At that moment, he truly felt that there was a complete and deep mountain in front of him. Even if he used all his strength to hammer, he could not shake it. The other party blocked it head-on. A gigantic mace collided violently with the 99 cat hammer. It could be said that this was the most extreme collision between heavy weapons. Thousands of sparks flew in all directions. It was a ghastly sight. Although Zhou Xiaoduo was not injured, his heart still trembled. That imposing aura that was like a majestic mountain just now almost made him feel depressed. Power, so this is power. When he swung his hammer at the other party, he felt like he was swinging his hammer at a mountain. This kind of feeling. When an ordinary person faced a mountain and wanted to destroy it, they would only feel depressed and powerless. Fortunately, when Zhou Xiaoduo felt this way, he had already swung his hammer with all his might. Moreover, this hammer strike was quite effective. It smashed the other party back. After he heaved a sigh of relief, he felt that this was all there was to it. This completely dispelled the depression and powerlessness in his heart. If the other party really stood there like a mountain and took this hammer strike, it would be a huge blow to the confidence that Zhou Xiaoduo had just built up. However, the other party could not do it. Fortunately, he could not do it. Zhou Xiaoduo subconsciously took a deep breath. After all, it was only now that he truly felt the terror of a Skysore expert. Previously, when he fought against the 18 Skysores, Zhou Xiaoduo even had a feeling that he could already fight against a Dao integration stage expert. However, the sudden appearance of this Skysore demon mercilessly shattered Zhou Xiaoduo's fantasy. Powerful. Zhou Xiaoduo became even more cautious. When he was at the Origin Core realm, he could already fight against a nascent soul transformation stage expert. When he reached the Origin Core realm, he could already fight against a soul transformation stage expert. When he reached the soul transformation stage, he could fight against a nascent soul transformation stage expert. Now that he had reached the nascent soul transformation stage expert, he could still win against the 18 Skysores. With his current strength, how could he feel fear before even fighting a Skysore realm expert? How could it be normal for him to feel that he might not be a match for the Skysore realm expert? The Skysore demon expert opposite him had a huge body and a huge mace in his hand. At this moment, it was still buzzing and trembling. His hand was trembling slightly and the corner of his eyes kept twitching. His heart was shocked to the extreme. This little brat opposite him had such great strength. Chapter 1047. The demon race expert was shocked. He had been known as the strongest demon for many years. Ever since he reached the sky realm, his strength had become even stronger. He never thought that he would meet this brat today. He almost couldn't stop the other party's hammer. His mace that he didn't need to look to know that the mace that had been with him for countless years had already been broken. One hammer. He looked calm on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. What is the background of this bald human brat? The mace's spirit wailed in pain. It was a kind of pleading. Don't hit me anymore. If you hit me again, I will become useless. That hammer is eating me. It has already eaten me several times. The demon Skysoar realm expert took a deep breath and put away his spiked club, then shouted, "You're called Zhuo Xiaoduo? Zhuo Xiaoduo is me. I am Zhuo Xiaoduo." Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath and changed his cultivation technique. He turned the ordinary spiritual energy into the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra. The second layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra caused the attributes of the red sun and the golden sun to surge in his body. In an instant, it was as if a small sun had risen in the demon forest. Zhuo Xiaoduo's bald head emitted a myriad of rays of light, illuminating the darkness. Especially in this dark forest of the demon race, Zhuo Xiaoduo's current appearance had a bit of the majesty and magnificence of a Buddha descending to the world. When the Buddha descends to the world, the demons will flee. The scene in front of him changed. The demon expert couldn't help but recall that there seemed to be such a record in an ancient legend that it seemed to be a very powerful one. What was that? His eyes couldn't help but reveal a surprised look. You are from the Western sect? Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression was unchanged, but his heart was startled. Western sect? Then, he thought of his bald head and immediately understood. He put his palms together and shouted, "Amitabha. I didn't expect that there would be someone on this continent who knows about the prestige of the Western sect. Benefactor, you are fated to be with my sect. Benefactor, you're right. I'm the second eldest disciple of the Western sect's great sect master. People call me Duo Relai." Zhuo Xiaoduo's body glowed even more brightly. His appearance was solemn, and when paired with his already outstanding appearance, he was radiant and dazzling. He was indescribably pure and benevolent. "My Buddha is merciful. Amitabha, Amitabha," Zhuo Xiaoduo said kindly. The other party looked at this fellow's solemn appearance and listened to his merciful slogan. It was pleasing to the eye and pleasing to the eye. However, when he looked at the 100 li of blood flowing behind this fellow, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Mercy? You are really too merciful. What did he say just now? He said that the benefactor has an affinity with our sect. Why does this sound so familiar? Oh my God, could it be one of the 3 famous sentences in the legendary novel? Could it be that? Could it be that I've already been tricked? High in the sky. The poisonous shaman, who had been watching for some time, was almost laughing out loud. He had also just arrived, but he had personally witnessed the clash between Zhuo Xiaoduo and the demon race's flying heavens. Seeing this scene, the poisonous shaman almost screamed out in surprise. Is this Zhuo Xiaoduo? After all, just a few days ago, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still being chased by a group of profound returning cultivators from the Wu people. The poisonous shaman thought that he knew the depth of Zhuo Xiaoduo's strength very well. This child was indeed extraordinary. He could control his spirit to fight against profound returning cultivators, and could even defeat most profound returning cultivators. However, it was still difficult for him to fight against the Burning Body Order's consecutive explosions. If it weren't for the accidental opening of Zhu Rong's land of inheritance, this child would most likely have died. But now, it seemed that the current Zhuo Xiaoduo could actually fight against a flying heavens head-on. And he was even an advanced flying heavens cultivator. Was this a fucking joke? How many days had it been? However, what surprised the poisonous shaman the most was the two sledgehammers in a certain someone's hands. Why did they look more and more familiar? Why did they look more and more like Boss Flood's sledgehammers? But that didn't make sense. This kid's sledgehammers were different from the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer in terms of size and shape. How could they look similar? This didn't make sense. After all, he had arrived a little late and didn't see Zhuo Xiaoduo use the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Otherwise, with the poisonous shaman's eyesight, he would have recognized it at a glance. The reason why he found it familiar was that a grand shaman had long reached the realm of combining body, mind, and soul. When he observed things, he would always intentionally or unintentionally add the mind's eye. If he were to observe purely with his soul and mind's eye, what the 9x9 cat hammer displayed now was an illusion of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. It would be strange if it didn't look like it. However, in the end, the poisonous shaman was truly shocked by Zhuo Xiaoduo's combat strength. The poisonous shaman could see that Zhuo Xiaoduo had already broken through to the profound returning realm. If he was only fighting against an ordinary flying heavens cultivator, the poisonous shaman wouldn't be surprised at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a genius and had the ability to fight against those above his level. There was nothing much to say. But now, Zhuo Xiaoduo was facing an advanced flying heavens cultivator, a genuine flying heavens cultivator of the demon clan. Moreover, it was an advanced flying heavens cultivator with a deep foundation. This was a little ridiculous. Why could Zhuo Xiaoduo improve so much in such a short period of time? The poisonous shaman had followed Lei Changtian almost all the way here and had seen the cultivation progress of Kami no Su, Sha Diao, and the others. Although these elite disciples of the Wu people who entered Zhu Wu's land of inheritance had all gained benefits because of this experience, there weren't any immediate effects. In other words, they hadn't had the time to absorb the benefits of Zhu Wu's inheritance. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had also entered Zhu Wu's land of inheritance, had made such astonishing progress. How could the poisonous shaman not be shocked? The poisonous shaman's expression changed at once. Doesn't this mean that Zhuo Xiaoduo is the one who truly obtained Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance? Zhu Wu's inheritance was obtained by a human brat. The poisonous shaman only felt like he was being cursed. What was going on? Next, no matter how Zhuo Xiaoduo pretended to be mysterious, the other party's mind was clear. It didn't matter if he was a human or a member of the Western clan. No matter what his identity was, it was a fact that he had killed a lot of demons. This monstrous blood debt couldn't be written off just like that. However, the demon race's Skysore realm expert was too proud of his status and was unwilling to attack Zhuo Xiaoduo together with the others. He merely took out 2 new spiked maces and started another battle with Zhuo Xiaoduo. It was imperative for them to fight each other. However, he refused to take out his life-bound weapon, the spiked mace, no matter what he said. Seeing that the battle was about to start again, Zhuo Xiaoduo spun on his toes and pointed one hammer to the sky and the other to the ground. He took a stance and used his trump card. Thousand Soul Hammer. Yes, it was the Thousand Soul Hammer. Zhuo Xiaoduo only knew that this hammer technique was called Thousand Soul Hammer, but he didn't know that its real name was Thousand Soul Nightmare Hammer. Seeing this scene, the non-poisonous shaman who was high in the sky almost fell from the sky. Although it was just a starting stance, it would be strange if the poisonous shaman didn't recognize this hammer technique. Thousand Soul Nightmare Hammer. It's actually Boss's Thousand Soul Nightmare Hammer. How? The poisonous shaman exclaimed in his heart and groaned. He only felt that his eyes were dazzled. What's going on? What's going on? How does this Zhuo Xiaoduo know Boss's unique hammer technique? Even the No Alliance doesn't have a successor. How can it appear on a human from the astral souls? The poisonous shaman's mind was in chaos. He felt dizzy and felt that he was dreaming. Below, Zhuo Xiaoduo roared and attacked with all his strength. The Flaming Sun Sutra's red sun golden sun power suddenly exploded. Within 500 feet, the high temperature that could melt gold and iron wreaked havoc. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The raging fire burned fiercely in the dense forest. The surrounding trees were instantly burned into huge candles that burned in the sky. It lit up the surrounding 100 li, brightly illuminating everything. Inside the raging fire, Duo unleashed the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer with all his might. With the power of the red sun golden sun physique, the hammer was like lava that surged out and wreaked havoc in the heavens and earth. The demon race's Skysore realm expert had a bitter expression as if he had eaten shit. His cultivation level was higher than Xiaoduo's by more than one level. Even in terms of strength, he was superior to Xiaoduo. There was no doubt about this, it was a solid fact. But this was without considering Xiaoduo's cultivation technique. The tyrannical power of the Flaming Sun Sutra's Red Sun Golden Sun power made this demon race expert extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 1048. Pooh! The demon spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with indescribable shock. In the past, he had prepared more than 100 huge and heavy spiked maces in his spatial item, and he had been ridiculed by many demons. Weapons were only meant to be compatible. Which high-level cultivator who had entered the Tao would not find a suitable weapon and become one with it, sharing weal and woe? If the weapon exists, the person will exist. If the weapon is destroyed, the person will die. Why did you bring out more than 100 similar weapons to serve as a foil? Don't you know that the weapons of the strong only need to be unique and not a foil? Idiot! The idiot demon was filled with regret at this moment. So what if he was called an idiot? If he could have stood firm and prepared a few hundred more, he would not be like this now, hiding 100 weapons and wanting to use them but lacking them. Other than his natal divine weapon, which did not dare to come out, he had nothing else. In this series of attacks, he did not fall into a disadvantage in terms of strength, and his cultivation was still far superior to his opponent. However, why did he feel like he was about to be roasted? Furthermore, it was the kind of roasted meat that was cooked from the inside out. What are you all looking at? This demon expert retreated a little far, retreating more than 500 meters in an instant. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Demons, let's attack together. Join hands and take him down." After a series of fierce attacks, he was finally injured. It was not because he was lacking in strength, but because he had used up his demon yuan to increase his weapon's resistance. Otherwise, he would not have been able to last 700 times before his weapon was exhausted. Unfortunately, before this demon could finish his sentence, he saw two large hammers in front of him. "What are you shouting for? Continue." Xiaoduo roared, "I'm having fun, don't run." The demon race flying heavens let out a strange cry and instinctively dodged. Xiaoduo's blazing fire energy did not chase after him, but instead flashed past him. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 meters away. Fuck, he's running again. Chase! Those in front, stop him. Stop him. The demonic palace is in front. The bosses are in seclusion inside, we cannot disturb them. Stop him. Quickly stop him. Following this order, a loud boom rang out, and demons rushed in from all directions. Xiaoduo didn't even look back. His twin hammers moved forward at the fastest speed he could muster, drilling straight into the cave. Bang! 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 Everywhere it passed, it was a scene of people being thrown off their feet, severed limbs, and flesh, and it was like a surging river of blood. The non-poisonous shaman in the sky hadn't come back to his senses yet. Her eyes were full of circles and her heart was filled with confusion. She felt like she was going to court. What's going on? The technique of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer couldn't fool anyone. There was also the method of activating the hammer technique, which was not a lie. Almost everyone knew that the Flood Witch was a direct descendant of Gong Gong, the water magus. However, very few people knew that in order to release the ultimate power of the Thousand Soul Nightmare Hammer, one had to have the same origin as water and fire. If he didn't have the explosive power of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, he wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. The soft water power could, after accumulating for a period of time, erupt with a tyrannical power that could destroy heaven and earth. However, it would only last for a moment. Most of the time, it would just be a torrential flow. It wouldn't be able to unleash the explosive power of a fire attribute cultivation body instantly, which could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Only when water and fire came from the same origin, could they boost each other and work together to unleash the full power of the Thousand Soul Nightmare Hammer. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo's Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, it was obvious that he had already reached the next level, or even to the point of perfection. Even if he were to compare himself with the Flood Boss, he would only be weaker in terms of cultivation level and strength. In terms of skills, not only would he be on par with the Flood Boss, he would even surpass the Flood Boss. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? The non-poisonous shaman felt very confused and aggrieved. Boss found a descendant outside, but he didn't tell me. When Bing Ming heard that this kid was in danger, his attitude started to change. Could it be that he knew? Fuck, even Bing Ming knew, but I didn't. This is ridiculous. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo break out of the encirclement, the non-poisonous shaman instinctively followed him. At this moment, he was still in a daze. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation had broken through and he was more powerful than before, no matter how powerful he was, he still couldn't be a match for so many demons. This was certain, without a doubt. It was precisely because he understood this that the non-poisonous shaman was confused. Why was this kid fighting so hard and not retreating? You're just pretending to be powerful, not really. If you continue to act like this, you'll be beaten to death sooner or later. Then you'll be pretending to be stupid, pretending to be dead. But after thinking about it, the non-poisonous shaman couldn't help but sigh. Zhuo Xiaoduo was now in the center of the demon spirit forest. Whether he rushed forward or retreated, it was actually equally difficult. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was in a dilemma. Enough blood had been spilled here. Seeing the bloody road Zhuo Xiaoduo had smashed open, the non-poisonous shaman couldn't help but gasp. It was a spacious 8-lane road, and it was unusually smooth. On the ground, even the tree fragments and the demon's flesh and blood were evenly spaced. How savage! The non-poisonous shaman praised sincerely. He's even more savage than Boss when he was young. No, he's much more savage. He's almost like me. Well, Zhu Wu of the Umno Alliance. When it came to the person who had the most blood under his hands, it wasn't the Flood Witch, who was universally recognized as the invincible Flood Witch. Instead, it was the non-poisonous shaman whose killing power was so shocking that even his own people were afraid of him. Oh, so the non-poisonous shaman's popularity was the worst among the top powerhouses in the world. Even the shamans in the Umno Alliance didn't like him. Intimacy was one thing, brotherhood was another, but when you're free, you'd better stay by yourself. Seeing that Zhuo Xiaoduo had finally broken out of the encirclement and was about to be caught, the non-poisonous shaman couldn't help but have an impulse to help. Although he was a human, this kid was definitely related to Boss. Since he was related to Boss, he couldn't die. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was still running wildly in front, suddenly took something out of his ring and sprayed it behind him. Then, a gust of wind suddenly blew and attacked the demons behind him. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body quickly disappeared like a meteor. This series of unforeseen events was unexpected, and Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had sped up again, seemed to be risking his life. Then, the demons behind him suddenly let out earth-shattering screams that reverberated incessantly. Seeing this, the non-poisonous shaman's eyeballs almost fell out. Damn! 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 What the fuck? The hundreds of demons that had been following behind him were all rotting, and as the wind blew past, they all scattered with the wind. In a short while, the number of devils chasing after Zhuo Xiaoduo had decreased by half. This was not the end. Further away, many demons with higher cultivation were also not spared. Their bodies also rotted. Poison. Absolute poison. That demon expert roared. It's useless to force the poison out. Raise the demon wind. Get rid of all the air in this area. As the demon wind blew, countless trees in the surroundings followed in the footsteps of the demons. They rotted, decayed, and turned into fine powder. Many demons were still standing after half of their bodies had melted. From the waist up, they were completely melted, but their legs were still standing. Then, the speed of their melting became slower and slower. The non-poisonous shaman looked from high up in the sky. When he finally caught his breath, he choked on the wind. Cough, 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 cough. The non-poisonous shaman, as a great shaman, almost coughed out tears. This is the strange poison that I made. After I made this thing, it was confiscated by Boss Flood before I even used it. Since it appeared in this kid's hands, Boss must have given it to him. At that time, Big Brother Hong Shui said it so nicely. He was afraid that I would bring harm to the world, so he ordered me not to use it. Is it reasonable for this kid to go on a killing spree and bring harm to the demons? When he uses it, you don't care about it, but when I use it, you throw the world into chaos? This is unfair treatment. This is unfair treatment. Boss Flood, you've changed. What's your stance? The non-poisonous shaman was extremely indignant. He felt that he had been treated unfairly, and he felt extremely wronged. Because what he saw in front of him was simply heart-wrenching. Thinking back to that day, Boss Flood's face was sanctimonious, and his words were sonorous. He said that this thing was harmful to the harmony of the heavens and must be banned. He only made a little of it, and all of it was confiscated by you. To think that I admired your foresight and your concern for the common people. I was very touched for many years. So the reality in front of him was the truth. You fucking took my things as a gift. And you even gave them to Zhuo Changchang's son. This was simply an act of helping the enemy while living off him. When I go back this time and see you, I will definitely. The non-poisonous shaman thought indignantly. I will definitely not say anything. I won't dare to say anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to flee. The enemies in front of him maintained their momentum, and whenever the pursuers behind him closed in, he would take out the earth hairdryer and blow it out like a weasel being chased. Faced with this situation, the experts of the demon race were fuming with anger, but there was nothing they could do. This guy was simply too slippery. He was extremely fast, agile, and had extremely tyrannical combat strength. Even an ordinary Skysoar realm expert could be killed in an instant if they were to face him head-on. Several high-level Skysoar realm experts had joined forces to surround this kid, wanting to capture him in one fell swoop. However, when they actually tried, they realized that they couldn't do it. Furthermore, through the joint encirclement of many Skysoar realm experts, they discovered another terrifying aspect of this kid, which was his miraculous recovery speed. His combat strength was always at peak condition. This was fucking weird. Chapter 1049. To be honest, although Zhuo Xiaoduo's battle prowess was strong, the demons didn't really put him in their eyes. As a human, there would always be times when one would feel tired. Were they not afraid that they wouldn't be able to exhaust him to death? However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's astonishing recovery ability and his ability to maintain his peak battle prowess was like a never-ending engine that gave the demons a headache. It was also the most frustrating part. Just like a 100-meter dash, an ordinary person would only be able to maintain it for a few seconds. However, this freak could maintain it for a few hours, and from the looks of it, he could even continue for a day, 2 days. There was no end to it. This made them feel helpless. Since they couldn't kill him in one fell swoop, they could only choose to change their strategy. After all, capturing him or not wasn't the main point right now. Making sure that Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't barge into the key areas and disturb the elder's seclusion became the most important thing right now. However, how smart was Zhuo Xiaoduo? Looking at the situation, he felt that something was wrong. Or rather, something was very wrong. After a series of fierce battles, it was already confirmed that the demons had at least 5 high-level Sky Realm experts, which was more than enough to complete the encirclement. However, why did they leave one side empty, while leaving the other side open for 3 people to defend together? This was clearly a deliberate move to let me escape from this side of the encirclement. Forcing me to a certain direction, a certain area, and then leisurely deal with me. This kind of strategy was really too inferior. The demons were indeed brainless. How could I, the wise and mighty hero Zhuo, let your treacherous plan succeed? Then, what was the most direct way to break this move? It was very simple. Since you placed 3 people in a tight formation, then the direction of these 3 people must be the one where you least want me to go. This was really too obvious. There was no need to waste his brain to guess. Thinking about it, that direction was definitely disadvantageous to them, or at least, it would cause some kind of damage. At the very least, it would be disadvantageous for them to capture me. This kind of scheme was really too childish. These demons were indeed all brawn and no brains. They still wanted to scheme against me. Wishful thinking. Having made up his mind, Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally became more and more steady. Once he found an opportunity, he would activate the Scarlet Sun and Golden Sun with all his might, coupled with the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, and fight with all his might. Ayo! If you don't let me come over, then I will go over. Stop him. A few of the demon race's high-leveled cultivators did not have to worry about this. They desperately tried to resist. Even though they were being hammered by Zhuo Xiaoduo until they vomited blood, they still held their positions. This made Zhuo Xiaoduo even more certain of his thoughts. This was indeed where their weakness lay. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who thought that he had succeeded in his plan, became more and more motivated. His desire to go there became more and more urgent, and he continued to put his plan into action. Rush over. He had to rush over. When they arrived, Zhuo Xiaoduo used the most ferocious and extreme stance to break through the blockade of the demon experts. Although he also spat out a mouthful of blood as the price, he still laughed heartily and charged through in high spirits. After breaking through the high-level cultivators of the demon horde's defensive line and moving forward, what entered their eyes was another protective shield that sealed everything inside. The past was the boundless sea and sky. Ayo! Zhuo Xiaoduo roared loudly and directly hammered fiercely. Immediately, an explosive sound like the Haotian golden thunder was heard. The protective shield could not bear the heavy burden and was instantly destroyed. Inside, it was like the center of an atomic bomb had exploded, flying in all directions. There were also a few furious voices. Who is it? How dare you? As soon as these voices came, Zhuo Xiaoduo only felt his eardrums rumbling and his mind surging. The other party was just speaking and did not deliberately target Zhuo Xiaoduo, but Zhuo Xiaoduo already felt that he was going to faint from the roar. Damn, this is not good. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly swallowed back the wild laughter that was about to come out of his mouth. He directly turned his head and plunged into the space-exterminating pagoda. His heart was thumping wildly. What the hell did I risk my life to rush for half a day, calculated thousands of times, and finally broke into the territory of the other party's big shots. I wanted to break out of the encirclement, but I broke into the main tent of the other party. How could I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, do this? This is fucking luck. Mamma mia, this is too scary. Escape, I must escape as soon as possible. Hero Zhuo, who was arrogant and full of mettle a second ago and thought that he was invincible in the world, had already slipped away with his tail between his legs. He did not even dare to say goodbye. In the sky. The poisonous witch, who had just had the impulse to rush down and save Zhuo Xiaoduo and was about to take action, was dazzled. She could not find Zhuo Xiaoduo anymore. He was surprised that this kid could actually escape from his perception in an instant. This was very unscientific, and he was also stunned. Then, he didn't know whether to praise or scold, but he said, "Damn, this kid really knows how to adapt to the situation. It's not in vain that Boss Hong Dali likes him so much." Below, a copious amount of black gas instantly filled the air. The central area, which was originally covered, was completely revealed. It seemed to be the outer side of a huge castle. Demonic chi rose and went back and forth in a cycle. A figure flew into the air with an angry face. His huge divine sense suddenly spread out and covered a radius of dozens of miles. In the blink of an eye, Pang Ran's divine sense had already searched the entire castle, inside and out, but found nothing. Pang Ran did not stop and continued to spread his divine sense outwards. After a long, long time, the powerful demon who could not find anything finally stopped. He stood about 30 meters above the ground with his hands behind his back. His hawk-like eyes looked at Emo Shirjiu and the others who were rushing in. He frowned and said, "Tell me, what happened?" Emo Shirjiu, who had rushed over from behind, coughed and did not dare to raise his head. He replied, "Boss, this." "Yes, a human spy came in. He is very powerful and cruel. We couldn't stop him. Please forgive us, boss." The demon in the sky frowned and said, "A human? Tyrannical battle prowess and cruel attacks. You couldn't stop him." He said thoughtfully, "There are at least 10 high-level skysoars in the vicinity of the demon god castle. In recent days, they have all been called back. They are all outside the castle, waiting for a meeting. There are also 72 ordinary skysoars. All of them are on the list. So many people, but they couldn't stop a single intruder. Could it be that a heavenly king of the Wu people or above is here? No, the intruder is a human from the astral souls." Mo Shirjiu's face was sweating. Cough, cough. "It's a young man. He seems to be bald. A young man. A human." The demon in the sky thought for a moment, then said, "Where is he?" "This. He rushed into the castle. But after destroying the outer barrier, Mo Shirjiu stammered, "He disappeared. He disappeared." This time, the demon in the air was really frowning. He quickly summarized Mo Shirjiu's words and came up with a conclusion. So many people couldn't stop him and rushed in. Then, he disappeared the moment he broke through the protective shield. That means he's hiding somewhere. That means he's most likely in the castle. He hasn't left yet. Mo Shirjiu nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. "Boss, you're a genius." The demon frowned for a long time, then looked at Mo Shirjiu. Your aura didn't fluctuate at all. Everyone else was injured, their vital energy was depleted, and their devil souls were in turmoil. You, the leader of the astral souls, didn't do anything? Mo Shirjiu was tongue-tied. What happened? The demon's voice grew heavier. The intruder said he represented the heavenly Tao. Could tell my name at a glance. And then he said my name. And gave me a lot of clues. Mo Shirjiu was sweating profusely. He was bald. He reminded me of the Western tribe. Then, I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but he said he was the second disciple of the Western sect, Duodo Tathagata. He also said I had a destiny with his sect. It's that legend. It's not that I didn't want to fight. But he what? He walked past me. I was still thinking about destiny. I Mo Shurjo was sweating profusely, but the more he panicked, the more he couldn't speak. The leader of the demons looked at Mo Shurjo for a while, then sighed. 19. Your IQ isn't good enough to be a commander. Your cultivation base is far superior to your peers, but from now on, you should be a general. Mo Shurjo stared blankly. Boss, are you going to dismiss me? Suddenly, he became anxious. Boss, I've worked so hard for so many years, and I've only been promoted to commander this year. Many of those who were in the same batch as me are now generals, and I'm just a commander. I don't want to be dismissed. Even as he spoke, he turned his head away and threw a tantrum. Humph. The leader snorted, his face expressionless. If it weren't for the fact that Elder One needed an idiot to be scolded, you wouldn't have been promoted to commander. Now that you've been scolded, it's time to dismiss you. From now on, you're a general. Boss, please don't. Mo Shurjo's face was covered in tears and snot. I just had a promotion banquet, and it hasn't even been a few days. Boss, the taste of alcohol is still in my throat, and I'm being dismissed. I'm so embarrassed, boss. Under the threat of losing his position, Mo Shurjo completely forgot his usual fear of his boss. His mouth, which had always been a little stuttering, became fluent. There's no room for discussion. The leader said sternly. You're guarding the clan, but someone broke into the inner city, and you didn't even do anything. This is already a heinous crime, and should be punishable by death. I'm already giving you special treatment by demoting you to a general. Seeing that Mo Shurjo was about to speak, he growled, Shut up. Mo Shurjo was on the verge of tears. He pursed his lips, lowered his head, and trembled a little. Search the entire city. The leader ordered. All clansmen under the Skysore realm are not to act rashly. All clansmen above the Skysore realm are to activate their demonic souls and search the area within a 500-mile radius. We must find the intruder. In the distance, an old voice came from the great hall shrouded in demonic energy. Demon robe, quickly settle down. Then come in and activate your demonic souls. At the end of the sentence, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He looked up and shouted, Who's up there? Chapter 1050. The great elder of the demon race looked at the sky, his expression becoming cautious and alert. Which fellow Taoist has come to the demon race? Please come down and meet us. A sinister laugh came from above. A black fog dispersed, and a thin figure appeared in the sky. It was the poisonous great shaman. He had just appeared, but he had an indescribable aura that made people feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. He laughed sinisterly and said, The witch tribe doesn't have any poison. Due to fate, we passed by this place. Please don't be offended. Cough. Cough, cough. When the old voice in the hall heard this name, he couldn't help but cough a few times. He couldn't help but feel a toothache. He almost cursed out loud. Why couldn't anyone come? Why did he have to come? The speaker couldn't help but be shocked. Even if the number one person of the Umno Alliance, the Flood Witch, came, he wouldn't be afraid. Because the Flood Witch was a righteous person. As long as you didn't offend her or violate her rules, she was easy to get along with. But the poisonous great shaman was definitely not the kind of person who could be reasoned with. Apart from being a poison ancestor, he was also an unreasonable ancestor. In terms of lethality, even if Senior Flood Magus were to attack the demonic spirits forest and smash the forest from one end to the other with his 1,000 souls nightmare hammer, he would not be as destructive as Senior Poison Magus who would wander around. However, it was said that this poisonous great shaman lived in seclusion for a long time and rarely walked outside. Why did he pass by our demon spirit forest this time? And why did he come to the demon god castle? Could things really be so coincidental? Just when our side was being destroyed to such an extent. With this thought, the great elder of the demon race couldn't help but think, could it be that the attackers were ordered by the poisonous great shaman? Or were they people of the Wu people? Or were they secretly ordered by the 12 great shamans? This matter. Might be a bit serious. So it's Brother Poisonous Great Shaman. He laughed dryly. Brother Poisonous Great Shaman, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not coming out to welcome you. Before Xiaochen finished speaking, he saw 6 people appear in the demon god castle at once. These were the upper echelon of the demon race. However, on the surface, these 6 demons all looked like 5 or 6 people. They wore long robes, had 1 nose and 2 eyes, and looked no different from the Wu people outside. If one only looked at them from the surface, it would be impossible to tell that these 6 were actually demons. Instead, they looked more like 6 old human pedants. Sun Sun was scholarly and elegant, filled with the demeanor of a gentleman. There was even a scholarly aura that overflowed, causing people to be unable to help but have a good impression of him. When these 6 people appeared together, all the demons below knelt on the ground at the same time and bowed respectfully. Greetings, old ancestor. For so many years, the demonic spirit forest had been supported by these 6 oldest ancestors. After hearing that the non-poisonous shaman had arrived, they actually came out in an orderly manner. It could be seen that he was afraid of this non-poisonous shaman. The person at the front smiled. Brother Du Wu, if you don't mind this place being too shabby, why don't you come down and have a cup of tea? The non-poisonous shaman stood in the air and chuckled. That's nice to hear. You dare to let me down? You really want me to go down? Brother Du Wu, you must be joking. For thousands of years, we are indebted to the 12 great shamans for taking care of us and opening up the demonic spirit forest for us demons. Our entire race is deeply grateful. We have been friends for so many years. Why would we care about Brother Du Wu? The demon at the front had snow-white hair and beard, and he had a sage-like temperament. He looked at the non-poisonous shaman and invited him eagerly. The non-poisonous shaman looked into the distance and said lightly, "There's no rush to drink tea. I still have 2 companions. When the time comes, we can go down together." Brother Du Wu's companions? The 6 devil race elders were shocked to hear this. To be called companions by the non-poisonous shaman, they must be of the same generation. In other words, there were 3 shamans nearby at the same time. What did the Wu people want to do? Could it be that they want to start a war with us before we have a good time? This shouldn't be. Outside, the sound of countless demons crying could be heard. Just by listening, one could tell that no less than 100,000 demons were grieving. A high-level Sky Soar realm expert from the demon race sighed softly, "Old ancestor, this time. More than 17,000 of our clansmen died tragically in the hands of the invaders." Clearly, seeing the old ancestor and the non-poisonous shaman talking so happily, this fairy felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. Those were the lives of more than 17,000 of his clansmen. Most of them were smashed to death by hammers. More than half of them didn't even have a corpse left. Even their funerals could only be done with cenotaphs. Even a slightly larger bone fragment that could prove their identity couldn't be found. It was truly too tragic. "Shut up," the old ancestor said sternly. "Yes. Old ancestor, this murderer. From the looks of it, it's very similar to the legendary descendant of the Flood Witch. That pair of hammers is really that kind of person." This fairy stopped talking and transmitted a message to the old ancestor. The meaning was very clear. The old ancestor's white eyebrows twitched, and he frowned tightly. "Are you sure?" His heart couldn't help but tremble. If that's the case, then it's understandable that the non-poisonous shaman would appear here. That kid's pair of hammers are indestructible. It's very similar to the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer that the old ancestor mentioned before. It's just that I've never truly experienced this legendary hammer technique. This fairy realm expert said with some regret. That Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. If you've experienced it before, at this time. The old ancestor sighed and said, I'm afraid that the grass on your grave would have already died by now. Cough. At this time. Even further away, there were two silhouettes rushing over at lightning speed, accompanied by the sharp whistling sound of the wind. Did you find anything here? Someone shouted from afar. The person who shouted wasn't the demon ancestor Lei Changtian, but the ice nether shaman. His voice was filled with urgency. Behind the ice nether was Lei Changtian, whose face was filled with hope. Naturally, they didn't find Zhuo Xiaoduo in the heavenly spirit forest, and Wan Minsheng was still sad from the parting and hadn't recovered yet. Naturally, he wouldn't meet them. If they saw him, a half-sage, leaving with tears in his eyes, they might suspect something. Moreover, it would be embarrassing. Although Wan Minsheng refused to meet them, he still ordered the giant in the forest to tell them where Zhuo Xiaoduo went. Lei Changtian was extremely excited and immediately rushed over. Along the way, he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo smashing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and couldn't help but become even more excited. Look, this is all done by my grandson. Lei Changtian said. Awesome. You must get it. The ice nether shaman gave a thumbs up. With his understanding of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, how could he not recognize this hammer technique? Naturally, he would praise as much as he could. That's my grandson, of course he's awesome. Lei Changtian was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth, especially when he heard the ice nether shaman agree with him. Naturally, the demon ancestor was very happy. Fuck. The ice nether shaman was about to speak, but suddenly realized that he seemed to be one generation younger. He suddenly didn't want to talk anymore, and said with disdain, You didn't give birth to your grandson. What are you so proud of? You treasured your daughter for so long, but she was taken by that bastard, and you still have the nerve to show off? Lei Changtian's most painful scar was tragically exposed, and it was exposed when he was caught off guard. He immediately flew into a rage. What are you talking about? Are you exposing my scar? I just want to tell you that if Zhuo Changchang didn't take your daughter, how could you have your grandson? In fact, you should thank Zhuo Changchang for taking your daughter. And he did it so skillfully that he even took your grandson. Look at how glorious you are. You didn't even have anything in your crotch to drag you up to the sky. The ice nether shaman was indeed the first shaman of the Wu people since ancient times who could anger people to death without paying for it. His ability to touch the pot that didn't boil was simply the acme of perfection. With just a few words, Lei Changtian was about to fight him to the death. Fuck, what nonsense was he talking about? That fucking bastard ruined my daughter and raped her. Why should I fucking thank him? How could there be such a reason in the world? If I wasn't in a good mood now, you would be dead, ice nether. Lei Changtian said angrily. He wasn't bragging. Among the 12 shamans, the ice nether was ranked last. In terms of real strength, he was really not Lei Changtian's opponent. Ha, you're in a good mood now. So you're in a good mood when I mention your son-in-law? Then I'll mention him a few more times in front of you in the future. I'll make you feel great. The ice nether shaman was definitely the kind of person who would never let go of a person's weakness. Moreover, he would always mention it, and the more uncomfortable you were, the more he would mention it. At this moment, seeing that Lei Changtian was unhappy, of course, he would mention it especially. I have to say that your son-in-law is really something. His ability to eat the cradle really makes us give him a thumbs up. Not only did he have the heart to do it, but he also had the heart to do it. When he pulled his face down, he even ate his niece. It's amazing, and we can't compare. The ice nether shaman continued to walk on the edge of courting death. The person he was most afraid of in his life was the sky-inspecting minister, but at this moment, he was not in front of that person. Of course, he would say all kinds of bad things unceasingly. Moreover, he could make Lei Changtian mad. The ice nether spoke with even more vigor. "You're courting death." Lei Changtian flew into a rage. Just when Lei Changtian was about to completely lose control and make a move, he finally found the whereabouts of the non-poisonous shaman. On the contrary, Lei Changtian was relieved. Because he knew that with the status of the non-poisonous shaman, it was absolutely impossible for him to personally deal with Sui Xiaoduo. He still had this bit of trust in him. Since the non-poisonous shaman was already there, and the two sides did not continue to clash, then Zhui Xiaoduo must be safe. At least, that was the case for now. Ignoring the ice nether, Lei Changtian anxiously rushed over. "Where is he? Where is he?" The non-poisonous shaman rolled his eyes and said, "He entered here and disappeared, right under my nose." That kid really has some skills. Lei Changtian frowned and looked at the opposite side with an unfriendly gaze. Then, he looked at the surrounding demons and said indifferently, "Demons?" So on the continent, there are still descendants of the demons. Sure enough, there are 100 dead worms, dead but not falling down. The ice nether shaman thought of something and suddenly burst out laughing. "Yes, these are your disciples." Chapter 1051. Lei Changtian's face darkened. Lei Changtian's nickname was Demon Ancestor, and all the people here were from the demon clan. If they were not Lei Changtian's disciples, then what were they? At least in terms of name, that was how it was done. Lei Changtian also thought of this, and the corner of his mouth twitched subconsciously. His heart felt strange and indescribable. Damn it, when I gave him this nickname, I never thought that I would be able to see a whole clan of descendants in this life. Am I so good at giving birth? Let me introduce you. The deep ice witch found something interesting, and couldn't help but want to stir up trouble. She said with a smile of exultation, "Elders of the demon clan, please listen carefully. This person beside me is one of the few powerful figures in the astral souls continent. His name is Lei Changtian. His nickname has a lot to do with you. Listen carefully, Demon Ancestor. Yes, you didn't hear it wrong. His nickname is Demon Ancestor, the ancestor of ancestors. Yes, the devil of demons, the ancestor of ancestors." The ice abyss witch laughed as if she had taken advantage of the other party. The deep ice witch's words could be said to be blatantly telling the elders of the demon clan, "This person claims to be the ancestor of demons, your ancestor. Hurry up and beat him. Beat him to death. I like to see you guys fight the most." His words were full of undisguised provocation, and it was extremely jarring to the ears. Demon Ancestor. The 6 demon ancestor elders all frowned, and their eyes glared at Lei Changtian. They knew that the deep ice witch was instigating, but they still couldn't help but get angry. This guy really dared to give himself a nickname, Demon Ancestor. You deserve it. Ha ha ha. If you are the demon ancestor, where do you put us true demons? Lei Changtian snorted indifferently. He continued to sweep the entire demon god castle with his psychic power, but his heart was still inexplicably anxious. Where's my grandson? Where did he go? Didn't he just come to this place? Why can't I see him? Finally, he couldn't help but ask, where did the kid who just came in go? Wu Du and Bing Ming also pricked up their ears. The fiend race's head elder said icily, "What does that brat who came in just now have to do with you? Relatives? Old friends? Fellow disciples?" Lei Changtian narrowed his eyes. Instead of answering, he asked, where did he go? The 6 elders of the demon race harumphed coldly. The great elder said coldly, "That brat killed more than 10,000 of our clansmen. This kind of blood debt is absolutely irreconcilable. Even if we find him, we will definitely not let him leave alive." Lei Changtian said coldly, you're not letting him leave alive? Give it a try. I'll give it a try. An elder who was standing at the back had an ominous glint in his eyes. This so-called demon ancestor. Human astral souls, this old man advises you to be careful with your words in the territory of our demon race. Speaking of the words, the territory of demons, especially the word, demons, Zhang Tai suddenly felt a bit tired of the pronunciation. When he looked at the old man in front of him, his gaze became even more unfriendly. What kind of nickname was not good? Using the demon ancestor as a nickname, wasn't he taking advantage of all of them? The Ice Deep Witch giggled, feeling like he could watch a show. The Poison Toxin Witch said darkly, Great Elder, this brat can't die. The Great Elder smiled coldly. A great enmity has been formed. Even if Brother Poison Toxin speaks, it will be difficult to resolve. Our clan has not received guests for too long. Do you three have the courage to come in and have a cup of tea? The Great Elder of the demon race's tone was already very impolite. He directly asked the three if they had the courage. Obviously, he thought the three were in cahoots. In fact, he couldn't be blamed for thinking this. The meaning of the three's words was that they didn't want that brat to die. Even if that brat seemed to be from the astral soul's human race, and the human race and the Wu people had been fighting for countless years, this brat was clearly different. The strength and moves he displayed were almost certain to be the inheritance of the Wu people. How could they not know if he was the seed of the Wu people's rebellion against the human race? If the inference was true, then the Wu people had improved. They actually knew how to play mind games. This was a very rare occurrence. Of course, this was definitely not a good thing. Since ancient times, the Magi had always adhered to the supreme principle of having the biggest fist. In the past, even when they were facing the strongest race on the land, the demon clan, they rarely used roundabout strategies. Now that they had opened up a new path, the threat had multiplied. Why not drink tea? The Ice Deep Witch straightened his neck. Even if it's a war, I won't be the first one to bear the brunt. It just so happens that I'm very thirsty right now. Do you have good tea? As he spoke, he had already landed. The Poison Toxin Witch laughed. Brother Lei, please. Please. Lei Changtian was naturally fearless. Even if the Great Elder did not invite him, he planned to enter the demon castle to search for Zhuo Xiaoduo. The three of them, one in front and two behind, calmly landed and entered the demon god palace side by side. This was a matter of face. Even if it was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, they had to go in first. After all, they were already calling out numbers. Do you have the guts? At this time, if they did not accept or enter, their reputation would be ruined. Therefore, they had to go in. There was no room for hesitation. Of the three, the Ice Deep Witch was the youngest. He purposely put on a carefree appearance and walked in, giving Poison Toxin and Lei Changtian a way out. This proved that they were not provoked into entering by you. Instead, we can enter if we want to. If we don't want to, we won't enter. As soon as the three of them entered the palace, they saw that this was a unique space. In the middle of the space, there was a strange space array that was different from the one passed down by the witch race. From the outside, the demon god palace seemed to occupy a large area, but it was not too big either. However, after entering, they saw a vast square. Demon fog rose, and they could not see the end of it. The palaces were arranged in picturesque disorder. In the middle of the square, there was a tall altar. There was a huge six-pointed star engraved on it. It was rotating slowly. It was clearly operating. Even higher up in the sky, demon clouds covered the sky. The faces of the demon gods were hideous and terrifying. They were faintly discernible in the clouds. The demon race. Although their Tao is declining, they are still an ancient race. They still left behind many things, the Poison Toxin Great Witch said eerily. You are too polite, Poison Toxin Great Witch. Although our race is not as good as the Wu people's ancestors, our ancestors still left behind some things. The demon great elder bowed sincerely to the altar. Then, he stood up and said, "The three of you, please sit here." The three of them had just turned when the ice deep witch suddenly said, "Hey, what is that?" Lei Changtian and the poison toxin great witch were stunned and looked in the direction of the voice. At this moment, at the top of the altar, the tall hexagram slowly rotated and turned around, revealing a human girl who was tied up tightly. The human girl's 2 hands, 2 legs, and even her neck and waist were tied to the 6-pointed star. Her hair was loose and her head was lowered. Her face could not be seen clearly. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Streaks of black light constantly passed through her body. Every time they passed through her body, they would take away a wisp of blood and charge against the demon clouds in the sky. Every time the black light pierced through, the girl's body would tremble violently. Lei Changtian's pupils shrank. He said word by word, "Who is this?" "He's just a junior of the human race." The demon great elder did not care at all. He said casually, "She offended us and was captured to be punished." Lei Changtian narrowed his eyes and said, I'm afraid it's not just punishment. Every living thing in this world has karma and hatred. Her ancestor made karma with our race first. She herself made a grudge with our race later. Karma retribution. The cycle of the heavenly Tao has its own past. What is there to be afraid of? What is there to be surprised about? The demon great elder by Mei Xian moved and said, Please take a seat and drink tea." Then he waved his hand and motioned for the others to go out and search for the murderer who dared to slaughter so many of their people. The blood feud of slaughtering more than 10,000 demons could not be resolved with just a few words. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Lei Changtian turned his head and looked at the human girl covered in wounds on the high platform. He frowned. As a fellow human, he was naturally unwilling to see a foreign race slaughter his own people. However, Lei Zhangtian, who was one of the absolute upper echelons of the Star Soul human clan, had to consider and consider. At the same time, he needed to compromise. And this kind of reaction was just as the great elder of the demon clan had expected. This girl's cultivation was only a so-so. She could be said to be a genius. Right now, she was definitely not the backbone of the human race and had nothing to do with the high-level human. Even though Lei Changtian felt pity for her, he would definitely not fall out with the demon race at this juncture and become enemies with them for this girl. If he provoked a strong enemy force because of this, the astral souls would strengthen their foundation against the No alliance. Then, Lei Changtian would be a sinner of the human race. He would lose the righteousness for a small cause. This was politics. This was compromise. The helplessness and sorrow of the high level. Feelings arose, but ended without a cause. Although Lei Zhangtian had decided to ignore this human woman, he still couldn't help but pay some attention to her. From time to time, he could vaguely see some demon race cultivators flying up to feed her medicine. He did not know what kind of medicine it was. As long as the girl took the medicine, she would recover a little. However, as the black light continued to pierce through the girl's body, the process became more and more prolonged. Life and death. After a while, Lei Changtian let out a long sigh and finally said angrily, "Great Elder, killing people is just a matter of time. What kind of terrible karma did this girl or her ancestor have with the demon race? Why are you treating her so cruelly? Can't you just give her a quick death? Do you have to torture her like this?" The demon great elder said indifferently, "We have our own considerations." Lei Changtian said angrily, "What considerations?" "The karma behind it is not enough to tell outsiders." Lei Zhangtian chuckled and said, "Is it because we're just friends?" The great elder narrowed his eyes and said, "Yes. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.